Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of YeahBoi has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The sky in that one.
What happened with the sky in that land?
What happened now?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of YeahBoi has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The sky in that one.
Did you hear what happened
happened
with the
now?
sky in that land?
हेलो पीके कैसा भाई गजब फुल स्क्रीन है गेम साउंड माइक साउंड नेफर पुल किया किसी ने
Alchemy truly is
मैं तो अभी जस्ट आया गेम में
The neighboring nation of YeahBoi has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in that land?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of YeahBoi has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in that land?
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Truly is fascinating.
वरुण भाई एक बात कहनी है तुझे
Welcome. How can I
मैं
help
पुरीना पुल करूँगा पुरीना पुल है सही है यार कुछ नया आया है मैंने ये देखा मतलब गेंशिन में नई करेंसी आई है ये कुछ नए क्रिस्टल्स दिख रहे हैं यहाँ पे क्रोनल समथिंग कुछ है क्रोनल नेक्सस जेनेसिस क्रिस्टल के अलावा वो भी मतलब वो दिख रहा है
the neighboring nation
कुछ नया खतरनाक
has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
ये अपडेट आया है उसका फोटो बंद नहीं करते स्पॉइलर मिलते हैं जिसपे का एसडीसी में स्पॉइलर आ रहा है मत भेज भाई डीसी में बेचारे बहुत सारे जन का आज खेलना होता नहीं है क्या पुल मारते हैं
It all adds up. Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place. The mystery unravels.
at least 3 8
No more lies.
होल्ड अटैक का था मतलब मेरा गेम अपडेट के 2 डे बाद शुरू होता है क्यों
By the frost moon of old. Can't hide the truth. Forest, protect. The deception ends here. No more lies. Seek within.
प्राइमस क्लेम कर देना, हाँ ये कर दूंगा।
Leave this quick
Flash attack!
for the everlasting forest. The sands of
हाँ कर दो।
time got me.
Kingdom!
Stay your hand by the frostman of old.
Sayonara special! On the rock! Yeah!
तेरा 2 दिन बाद क्यों चालू होता है भाई? ये बता। हाँ। $26 crit rate is increased by 8%. खतरनाक होता है। हैप्पी न्यू ईयर सब। नेफा का वेपन मस्त है। वो न्यू ईयर क्यों बोल रहा है भाई, ये बता मेरे को।
Instead of confining themselves.
दिवाली के नेक्स्ट डे न्यू ईयर होता है। मैंने भी पहली बार सुना है दिवाली के अगले दिन न्यू ईयर होता है।
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town.
मैं क्वेस्ट ही करूंगा, बोलना अभी कुछ
Still no
करने नहीं
news
वाला मैं।
about Rarer though. Where could he have slunk off to?
या फिर क्वेस्ट
Thought he
एंडिंग में
was
करते
gone
हैं।
for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello! You must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flynn has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks...
A wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh! Come on, let's go!
कमीना पीटी कितना है? पुल कर लो पहले। मैं पुल कर लो कमीना। मैं पुल करूँ कि नहीं करूँ सोच रहा था। मैं सोचा थोड़े से पुल मार के देखूंगा, मिली तो मिली, नहीं मिली तो भी कोई ऐसा कोई है नहीं मेरा कुछ। हाँ थोड़े पुल मारूंगा, पूरा खत्म नहीं, मतलब 20 पुल मारेंगे, ज्यादा नहीं। अपने पास अभी 25 के समथिंग कुछ है प्राइमोल, वो 20 के नीचे नहीं जाना है। भाई
Leave this place.
Being done! Pew pew!
Can't hide the truth.
बस होल्ड करना है,
It all adds up. It all falls into place.
बस उसकी स्किल मार के होल्ड मारना है भाई, और कुछ नहीं। आगे वाले खत्म। 20 में क्या होता है? नो गारंटीड राइट? हाँ गारंटीड नहीं है भाई। बुद्रिंग में खेल रहा है गेंशिन, अभी तक डिलीट डाउनलोड नहीं किया गया।
Flash attack! Yeah!
Time to come clean. Can't hide the truth.
Chew on this!
Leave this place. Let's see what you're made of.
Being done!
For the everlasting forest. It all adds up.
Go claw! Flash attack! Pew pew!
No more lies. Let's see what you're made of.
अच्छा वो मून्स कंज्यूम करती है। हाँ मेरे रिलेटिव्स आने वाले हैं थोड़े टाइम में भाई।
I better wrap this up. Can't hide the truth.
इनके सामने गेंशिन नहीं।
Forest, protect by the frost moon of old.
Being done! Weather ball! Chew on the rocks!
The mystery unravels. It all adds up. Leave this place for the everlasting.
Wuthering! Good luck! Yeah!
No more lies.
Flash attack!
Seek within. It all adds up.
उनके सामने फोन भी नहीं चलाता भाई। ऐसा क्या करते हैं भाई वो लोग, इतना जलील करते हैं ऐसा कुछ। बाप रे इतने दिनों बाद इतने जन ऑन है।
Full throttle! We got ourselves a straggler. Everybody stand back! Light of the blazing sun!
Use of force authorized.
हेलो आर्यन, कैसा है भाई? गेम क्रैश हो जा रहा है। लोडिंग पे गेमिंग फोन नहीं। गेम क्रैश हो जा रहा है। कितना गेम में ग्राफिक अपडेट नहीं आया है ना वैसे तो? कुछ आया ही क्या? नहीं ना? कैसे भाई? आज थोड़ा आने उसके वो आने के होंगे अपडेट्स आने आएगा थोड़ा, फिर हो जाएगा थोड़ा।
Adventure time. Burn it down. Let the mountains rain spoil.
थोड़े बग्स रहते ही हैं।
Use of force authorized.
Incinerate.
Indulge.
Genshin?
Jammed.
तेरा क्यों चालू तेरा कैसे मतलब भाई? ठीक है, तेरा गेम स्टार्ट ही नहीं होता है क्या?
Off we go.
भाई गेम अपडेट किया, फिर शेडर लैब पे क्रैश हो जा रहा है, क्या करूँ? रीइंस्टॉल के बाद भी डाउनलोड करते वक्त कोई प्रॉब्लम आ रही होंगी। डाउनलोड करते वक्त वो छूट तो नहीं रहा है कनेक्शन वगैरह? कभी कभी होता है अपना, मतलब अपन गेम डाउनलोड करते रहते हैं और फिर अपना कनेक्शन बंद हो जाता है नेट का। फिर उसके बाद मेरे साथ हुआ है, तो वही बता रहा हूँ। मैंने पीसी में स्टार्ट करके देखा नहीं है वैसे बोलना। नो प्रॉब्लम डाउनलोड। पीसी और फ़ोन में मैंने देखा नहीं है डाउनलोड। मैंने पीसी में कल ही डाला था प्री इंस्टॉल के लिए नेट एक्सप्रेस। अभी थोड़ी देर में देखता हूँ पीसी में मेरे इसमें चल जाएगा। नहीं तो वही एक इश्यू है कि मतलब हमारा पीसी हैंडल या फिर डिवाइस हैंडल नहीं करता है। गेम क्रैश while shadow loading. कोई आइडिया नहीं है वो, मेरे पास कोई सॉल्यूशन। सर्च करके देख ऑनलाइन क्या आपको को मिल सकता है, कभी ऐसी प्रॉब्लम फेस नहीं।
Add Astra. Thank you for
आकान को स्टार्ट किया नहीं, अभी करूँगा। सब कर लिया, मेरा फ्रेंड बोल रहा बैच फाइल रिलीज हो गई। हाँ हो सकता है, हो जाएगा, तभी हो जाएगा। मैं सोच रहा हूँ पुल मारूं कि बाद पुल बाद में मार, थोड़ी देर बाद पुल मार। अभी ऐसा फील नहीं आ रहा है पुल मारने। फील क्या होता है, अंदर से आना चाहिए।
I can
भाई
barely
क्वेस्ट
sense
में
any
पजल
Kuvaki at all.
पजल
This
है क्या?
whole
पजल
area
वाला
feels like a
game very
soulless
hard.
husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable.
He's not seriously still getting stronger. What's his endgame here?
Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting
मैं जा
Maria
रहा
to
हूँ।
strike again.
मैं जा
But
रहा
it's like he just vanished into thin air.
मैं जा
No
रहा
one
हूँ
has
कोने
seen
में
him
रोने
nor
भाई।
found any trace of his
भाई
presence.
क्या हो
That
गया
is,
यार?
until this
अरे हो
morning,
जाएगा चालू यार,
when
क्या
a
कोई इशू है?
ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity
क्या
while
पता
out here
कभी
on
भी आ
patrol.
सकता है, पैच अपडेट कब आएगा?
As you can see,
The crystalline itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rarier did this.
Uh-huh.
Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reiki of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability.
There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh,
5 अपडेट में 2 या 3 दिन से ज़्यादा लगता है। अच्छा इसलिए कभी ना ये पीके खेल नहीं पाता है 2 दिन तक।
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage.
भाई क्वेस्ट में अर्ली किनो है भाई स्पॉइलर मेरे को पता नहीं था लेकिन
he suddenly go into hiding?
प्लीज और कुछ मत बताना।
If I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly
मेरी नेफर कैप्चरिंग रेडियंस पे है और फरीना
The other
50-50।
thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their
फरीना
mind
50-50 भाई दोनों का अलग-अलग नहीं रहता है मतलब दोनों
cover
सेम ही
their
रहता है।
track so perfectly?
दोनों बैनर के पेटी सेम ही है मतलब अलग-अलग नहीं रहते।
According to certain medical studies,
That actually sounds about right.
There are many unanswered questions here. Besides his name and title.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting
मतलब नेफर
stronger.
कैप्चर में
And if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us. And we still barely held our ground.
मेरे को सॉरी यार मैं तेरे को गलत समझा मैं तेरा गलत समझा मैं
What are we supposed to?
बहुत ज़्यादा।
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla.
लास्ट क्वेस्ट के बीच में वो वारका से मिलता है।
a perfectly reasonable hypothesis.
दोनों के
However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree.
हाँ ब्रो पीके का प्रॉब्लम उसका भी गेम क्रैश होता है। हाँ उसका भी गेम क्रैश होता है और वो 2 दिन बाद ही खेल पाता है मतलब पैच फिक्स के बाद ही खेल पा रहा है वैसा मतलब यही होगा।
Let's regroup on Hisi Island.
वो बोल रहा है कि 2 दिन बाद चालू हो जाता है।
Why
मतलब पैच फिक्स होने के बाद ही चालू होता है।
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. And if we do run into Rear, what then?
That's when you follow the
अर्ली
third
वापस आई
rule
है
of
हाँ भाई
treasure
देखा
hunting.
पता चल गया
Run
मेरे को
like the wind.
नहीं जानना चाहता था मैं तो भी
Third rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of
हे
us as soon
भगवान
as
जस्टिस नाम की
possible.
कोई चीज है या नहीं
We need to
कोई
put
गेंशिन
safety
को
first.
पीट हो रही है
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Nefer, let's go.
यार वहाँ पे लोग क्या क्या पता काम कर ही रहे होगे यार पैच फिक्स के लिए नहीं बोलना चाहिए बेचारों को छोड़ दे यह हो रहा प्लेबल हुई है देख क्या 2 कैरेक्टर माने की ना वंडरलैंड के हैं कैरेक्टर्स तो हाँ देखते हैं वंडरलैंड क्या है। पुल कर दो, हाँ पुल कर दूं। क्या तेरे से पुल कर दो ऐसा? तूने पुल किया?
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. It feels like we're sitting on a
Tum
powder
kar.
keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling.
Abhi
I'd
karu.
rather face him head on than be left hanging
Main karu.
like this.
So, you guys didn't find
मैं करूँगा पुल, मेरे को थोड़ा टाइम है, थोड़ी देर बाद करूँगा मैं पुल।
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flints?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual.
यार बराबर बैठता हूँ
But
पहले
by
नहीं
the
तो यार
time I
कमर के
got
बात।
to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or he's just extremely cautious
मैं जा रहा
and
हूँ
doesn't stay
रोने।
in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The
भाई रोने से
question
कुछ
is,
नहीं होगा।
where
काम
or
कर।
what is his next target?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the...
All we can do now is hope that I know and Nefer turn up some leads. Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it!
No. Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kuthar might be in danger.
उसको डेंजर में क्यों होगा?
over there? Quick!
बंदी देख के स्ट्रांग दिख रही है। मेरी नहीं तो डैम्स चल रहे हैं। आ लिए। ना रुको लगा आली नहीं कोई और ही है कभी ना वो है।
Why is he attacking the damsel elect? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehoda, get Kuthar out of here.
Flynn's voice line live for Lao my friend. Radial का बैक स्टोरी गुड है।
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall
Yes,
plunge
mother.
into darkness. Felindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out.
बंदी आना मार।
Find them, even if it means turning this place to ashes.
That was too close.
रोहन भाई कोई स्पॉइलर नहीं।
We barely made it out of there alive.
मेरे को
What's
कुछ
that
हिंट भी नहीं
guy's
चाहिए।
deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Nefer showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about?
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They
Son
were
of
already
God.
digging it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we
मैंने
didn't
उसका नाम
see
वाला
how
आपको
it all
पढ़ा ना?
started.
Son of
It
God
all
कहता है।
escalated so quickly.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database.
Wait, she's the moon goddess?
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon. And just as I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking why he holds me in such contempt. I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you. But right now, priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nodcry undetected.
भाई क्या भाई तू मजे
No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest
तेरे से पहले कोई
just
स्पेक
shaking
ऐसा
out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have?
Well, I mean...
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Lau? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here...
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
इतने सारे पुल सेव किए तेरे लिए
Yeah. We can't just call it quits after every... Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive...
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking.
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because they would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows?
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid. Very well then.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant.
It is, but I find it very draining. I'm rejected by the world. My power is dwindling. Like a lake.
What do you mean, Rich?
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength. The 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other 2, yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the Eternal Moon's mare. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party.
Then what are we waiting for?
बाप रे.
Look, the rainbow!
Forest,
They just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
The rear's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Qatar's house to escape. If this goes on much longer.
Night falls.
Annihilation mode. Defensive mode engaged.
with one heart, one prey.
The night comes. Fear the dark.
Prepare for dust up.
Heavy cover lost in flames.
Close your eyes. Observe. Fear the dark. The long sleep beckons.
Ultimatum protocol. Installation chamber deployed.
With one heart, one prey. You pull lost limb.
Close your eyes. To dust.
Annihilation mode.
भागना.
Beware the creatures of the night.
By the frost in the hold, leave this place.
हाँ वहीं पे करना था. कोई आ रहा है, मेरे को लगा. दिखा रहे बंदे को, फाइनली दिखा रहे बंदे को फाइनली दिखा रहे. वो वुल्वरीन चाहिए कभी ना. हेलो एक्सकैलिबर.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
बंदे को जैसा एक्सपेक्ट किया था वैसा ही दिखा भाई. बंदा वैसा ही दिखा जैसा मैंने एक्सपेक्ट किया था.
How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvarnir?
Oh, you're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later.
मैंने
Right
बंदे को कुछ
now,
ऐसा
let's get
एक्सपेक्ट
you
किया
all
था
out of this
देखने में.
hellhole. Follow me.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move!
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Net, aka the Black Market of Intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every... As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where... Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. But I believe this is the first... Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. You look way younger than Paimon expected.
Younger?
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsvarnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest?
Kuvaki these past few days. Because he sees you as a threat.
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Uncle Varka's.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why is...
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Uncle Vark. वैसे बंदा बड़ा दिखता है, लेकिन अच्छा है भाई, बहुत
I
tall.
had no idea so much had happened.
लंबा है भाई.
Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So,
Flynn से ज़्यादा लंबा
the
है.
Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this wild hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. Oh, that's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Vark. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating
थोड़े से
into a
आया.
full-blown catastrophe.
Cutscene
And
एकदम
then, the one time
बस उसकी
you're
sword की
away,
entry दिखी
it
और
all
कुछ
comes
नहीं
to
इतना
a
खास
head
नहीं
and all
था.
your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can
Child.
plan 100 steps
Child
ahead
का
and
कोई
still
लेना
slip
नहीं.
up.
आए ना आए कोई फर्क नहीं
That's
उसको.
just life.
इसको देखना था
No one
बंदे
knows
को.
what tomorrow holds. You can't
हेलो
predict
गद्दा
which way the wind
6.1
will
में
blow
किसके
next.
साथ गद्दारी का प्लान है इस बार?
And to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised.
क्या पता यार?
For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different
किरण भाई
course.
नेफर पुल कर रहा है. नेफर पुल की वेपन बैनर तो देखो.
A new variable.
वेपन बैनर देखा मैंने उसका वेपन का वो भी देखा. सब स्टार्ट वगैरह सब. गजब है.
Who else? And in a
वेपन बैनर पे
strange
2
way,
वेपन है.
I think his resurgence might not be an
अपना
entirely
कुरीना का भी
bad
वेपन है
thing.
अच्छा वाला.
The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature.
एक
But
तरीके से
Rare is
विन
an
पकड़ूंगा मैं,
individual with an
लेकिन
agenda.
देखते हैं, सोचूंगा.
He's gotta have a weak spot
वेपन
somewhere.
बैनर के लिए पता नहीं, लेकिन कैरेक्टर के लिए 20 पुल मारूंगा.
That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
वही तो क्रैक्ड वेपन बैनर है.
You mean about our mystery
गजब है इस
ally?
बार ही नहीं. मजा है. मार रहा है तू पुल मार रहा है वेपन बैनर में.
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key
वारका की
files,
एंट्री अपनी वुल्फ
they
ग्रेवस्टोन
also
फेंक कर
shielded
हुई थी भाई,
PC
लेकिन अपने
Island
पास
from a
स्वॉर्ड
lethal
नहीं है.
Kavaki blast.
चाहिए.
I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcryan Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh,
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them.
नहीं रे सेव कर रहा हूँ. फ्लिंस निकाला है मेन आईडी पे. उसमें खुश रहूँ.
Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So,
भाई बंदा गजब
what do
दिखता
we
है.
do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider.
नाना चांद
Let's
को
go
मत
through
दिखा
them
कभी
one
ने.
by
नाना चांद को
one.
देखने की इच्छा नहीं है अभी.
First,
नाना चांद से
we need to
प्रॉब्लम नहीं
figure
है.
out how to take down
लेकिन
Rarier.
अभी नहीं
We
चाहिए.
can't beat him in a straight-up fight. The rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And the Iridescent Moon was the most mysterious. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. Enough to shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon. The last piece in the puzzle.
That's right.
If we
can find the Iridescent Moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further...
According to my analysis, this solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do...
I know a way, but... we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau.
You
shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority.
नहीं चलेगा किरण भाई. उसमें ये नॉट ट्राई के कैरेक्टर्स के लिए बनेगा. वो
As you saw for yourselves,
जो
when he was still in
उनके
his
साइड
wild
में
hunt form,
मून्स वाला सिंबल रहता है,
everything he
उसका
did
बफ
was
भी
for
आ
the
रहा है ना
sake of recovering his body
उसमें तो
and
वो करंट
resurrecting
डैमेज वगैरह का
himself.
इंक्रीज हो रहा है लास्ट
His first act since then, after laying low for a while,
वो नहीं
was
मिलेगा
to
फिर
try and assassinate this young lady.
क्योंकि वो जो कैरेक्टर इक्विप
People's
करेगा उसका ही
obsessions
इंक्रीज
often
करेगा
reveal their greatest vulnerabilities.
बाकी पार्टी
There
मेंबर्स
must
का
be
नहीं
a
करता है
reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it
मतलब
sheds
नॉट
some
ट्राई का
light on his
कैरेक्टर चाहिए
title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kutar hadn't given us that lead...
But where will we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
तो देखता है यार ये लान की याद आती
Ah, she heard me.
है
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
सोच रहा हूँ जो गारंटीड है इसी आईडी पे उसको डोरेंट पुल करूँ क्योंकि उसके लिए मेरे पे वेपन है ऑलरेडी.
Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nodcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place,
इवेंट
Nefer?
पे बनेगा बहुत पूरा पहले आया था सब.
Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course, I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Second free weapon
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can...
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make it worth...
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, You and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So if you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this...
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more
Squad
it'll
है
cost.
skill का
And a moon chanter's
हाँ मैंने देखा अभी
stipend isn't
फेस्टिंग डिजायर का
exactly
स्क्वाड का देखा
generous.
स्किल
Unless
इंक्रीज हो रहा है
you're planning to
Damage
start
increase हो रहा
passing the
है बढ़ाता
donation
है
box around among the
16
faithful.
R5 में लेकिन 16% बढ़ा रहा है क्या वो R5 में ज्यादा बढ़ा था वो
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you
desire,
can take the difference out of my
R5.
next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't
R5 में
saved me,
32
I'd
increase
be
elemental skill
laying
damage by
my fire
32%
now.
and elemental skill
I'd be
skill
gone
crit
for
rate by
good,
12%.
boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please.
Sorry R5 पे 12 नहीं 32% दिख रहा है वहाँ पे
This is
13%
why I'm
crit rate है
always
skill का
telling you never accept favors.
और skill का
They're the hardest debts to repay.
damage
You have to be careful who you
32%.
get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune.
32 बोला ना अभी damage और
Very
crit rate
well.
12
Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir was after. Do you still have it on
हाँ
you?
हाँ वही पढ़ा
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some lead?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have
मैंने
things we
पुरीना तो
rather
देख
keep to
रखी है
ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you.
मैंने
we'll
पुरीना
leave
को
the
देखे
intel
रखी है
gathering
फिलहाल
in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item.
skill damage increase
We need to
करता
find a
है।
way to distract him.
32%
We need time
towards
to make
skill
our
का
move,
damage
so
increase हो
someone
रहा
will
है
have to
और
stall
फिर
him. I'm in for this part, no matter what.
तो सेट
Anyone
से भी
coming
increase हो
with?
रहा है कितना देती है तेरी पुरीना मतलब
Count
ऐसे
me
skill
in
damage
too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing
HP वगैरह भी
heroes.
है ज्यादा
I'm way ahead of you here. And Nefer did a scan of the moon goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys
देखते हैं यार
over at the
कोलंबियन इम्पोर्टेंट है
Craft
बहुत ही
Shop.
ज्यादा
Anyone who's in, follow
कोई
me.
शक नहीं यार
Once they're ready,
वो बननी
we'll
चाहिए
deploy the decoys across Nodcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down.
I like it. Genius idea.
भाई वार का लेकिन जैसा मैंने सोचा था मतलब एकदम ऐसा ही
Alright
सोचा था
then.
मतलब
We'll
बंदा
split into
एकदम
3 teams.
जैसा
Once your
सोचा
team
था
has
उसी
finished
टाइप का
their
एकदम
mission,
बस टॉल रहेगा
return here and wait for
ब्लॉन्ड
the
मैंने पकड़ा ही
others.
था उसको
Dismissed.
तगड़ा ऐसा नहीं वैसा ही दिखता है यार मतलब पहले भी अपन ने देखे इसकी फोटो लेके तभी भी अभी ऐसे में देखने में और उसमें देखने में वैसे ही लगता है अच्छा है लेकिन बोला कौन सा मैप था आगे 6.2 पे 5 का रिस्क नहीं करूँगा गारंटीड है तो वो पुल करने के बाद इसका
Lady Damselette.
6.2 में आ रही हो
And you? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck.
You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Sandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for
6.3 में hopefully अगर 6.3 में आएंगी तब भी मतलब रेडी हो जाएगा अपन एकदम
We'll
ट्रस्ट
let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But
Are you going to make me repeat that?
no.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
कितना मेंटेनेंस
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and
satisfy my whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past. I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sake.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What? Huh? You mean, then...
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... what is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him. Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink first, Rosaline? Now you? I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Palone, have Fevronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection. No one would have dared come at you so open.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I... The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
Riffraff.
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to... Huh? Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this.
Wait, call cutscene.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about... Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in a weapons system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. Back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But
this is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you. Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
कुछ बड़ा निकाला था वहाँ पे, लेकिन तब बैठ गया। नहीं, बहुत ज़्यादा है। मेरे को लगा अंदर वाले ही है, लेकिन बाहर में बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसका फायर थोड़ा आगे है भाई, इसका फायर गजब है। हेलो जेंजी। ये वाला सच में कचरा था, मतलब उनका पूरा कचरा हो गया।
That's it. Keep them pinned down. Don't let them get near.
गेंशिन नहीं, कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी है। मेरी बात मानो।
Rotate out. Deploy all backup units. Get in there and hold the line.
तो मैंने बड़े वालों को मारना मुश्किल है।
Whatever. This is where the real fun begins.
बहुत सारे टूट रहे हैं। हाँ, उसने 12 मिनट में बनाया। तो थोड़ा प्रोनाउंस करना बनता है, लेकिन हाँ उसने बनाया। सेम। बहुत सारे टूट गए यार अपने। किरण ऑनलाइन आ सकता है वुदरिंग वेव्स में। किरण बहुत देर पहले गया है मेरे को लगता है, वुदरिंग वेव्स में नहीं शायद काम करने गया है वो। एक बार डीसी में पर्सनल मैसेज डाल के देख, उसको वहाँ पे दिख रहा होगा। किरण भाई अगर तू ये मेरी बात सुन रहा है तो हर्ष से बोलना चाहता है, पर एबिस में मारने में फट जाती है, यही ये पिस्टल से मार जा रहा है। एनी सेंस था वही तो भाई यार, एबिस में उसको मारने में तकलीफ जाती है। कहीं पे भी मतलब ओपन वर्ल्ड में मिल गया तो वो देख उसकी लाइफ डबल भर जाती है कमेंट की, और यहाँ पे ऐसे ही मर रहा है वो। और
she's not here.
वो तेरे लिए नहीं आया।
Where did she go?
Hey, over here, you big!
Cursed moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
लोडिंग का साइड में दिख रहा है जो देख रहा है। What happens when Laoma changes into her? Hulk. क्या बोलना चाहता है आर्यन भाई?
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past?
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frost Moon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice.
Body gets bigger and
I guess this must be Sumero decor?
Yeah.
That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it...
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman.
Ordinary businesswoman कितना damage कर रही है
crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. YeahBoi, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I need.
Trust me, she's a good person.
Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
स्टोरेज की कमी नहीं है, 173 GB स्पेस है।
Hey.
What is it? What's the big rush?
You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora.
I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And it was back when I first arrived in Not Cry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki, and wouldn't you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor, dredged up from the bottom of this. At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be—
What if I told you it's someone with the power What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Not Cry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over?
Of course not! I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, this is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, alright? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one.
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 more. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more... looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from surprisingly humble beginning. Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. Anyway...
Hi, River. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindus was tied up with something and couldn't. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own. But if he invites me again...
Felindus. That's the same name Rerir.
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to...
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground? That would explain why they use so much stone in their building. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so... Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain Did Rary rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than the burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless... It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why the burial place of a fallen...
कमीना आने में वो दिख रहा है और वो उसकी मेमोरीज में गई बेड है तो पत्थर अराउंड पत्थर चलेगा
Rerir, over. Dane! Oh, and Vedaflin here?
बंदा नोवेलिस्ट का कैरेक्टर देखो.
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court.
He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then.
So, what are we discussing?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then?
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest,
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one a member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king...
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Ved?
It's nothing.
Vedifulnir, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary. And said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blade? Why did he react so strongly? Was it...
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this
Story
is
कैसी
what
है?
Rare looked like back in the day.
देख रहा हूँ.
Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifulnir showed up today, too.
Ah, Mr. Vedifulnir. Yes, I've heard of him.
He overheard Dainslift mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was...
So, you're worried? You can be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, hasn't it?
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
अगले बैच में आएगा.
Like I said,
Map
I need
ऐसा
some
बोल रहा.
time to decide.
लगता है अगर
You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Vedifulnir, can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline grows ever more intense. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Felindis? It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each...
See? You just need to stay positive, Revier. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Thelindis.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If
Relax. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Finster King's Guard. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancée to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rahier of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon and 67 accomplices.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that Khaenri'ah has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the...
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored.
भाई ये wuthering waves में currency कैसे निकल?
As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start?
मतलब वो तो कैसे चाहिए currency कैसे मिल?
How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
वो training वाला नहीं रहता है क्या बंदा जो instructor training कराता है?
Any more than I did.
Character XP, weapon upgrade XP.
Orphans like
वहीं
us
पे
don't
मिलता
get a say.
है. Currency का भी
I'll
उसमें
sure as
option
heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which,
तो मैं नहीं है वो
we
भी.
need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon...
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Rahier of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
कौन से quest में दे रहा है?
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself, too.
40 BT bro.
Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. The Moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because... I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect Thelindis.
लेकिन वाले area quest नहीं किया है.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsliff,
नहीं quest वगैरह नहीं किया.
Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what they were really like. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
मैं आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट टाइप वाले कौन से पता
he's
नहीं
late
चल रहा है।
after all. Just
देख
you
उसमें भी
wait,
अलग सा
Remy.
सिंबल रहता है।
You're in for it. Big time.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
For someone so young?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. May we have a word in private?
Who are you?
And it doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I just... Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many...
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this.
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his name is Rarier. And he claimed...
What did you...
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you...
Simple.
How strange. Rarier was nowhere to be seen in that Rarier couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't... Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us in?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing!
We are not worthy. We are not worthy.
I gotta admit though, I'm itching to see what happens next.
I'm just as curious as you are. But the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up.
थंडर क्लान वहाँ पे डबल नहीं आएगा बंदा लड़ने
They've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. They might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rarier. Guess you're...
चलो अच्छा है कम से कम वो सेंस नहीं कर सकता
We almost got spotted. Phew. That was a close call. Watch out! It's coming this way! Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle.
हाँ कानरिया का फ्लैशबैक है वो रेरिया का फ्लैशबैक है बोल सकता है वही बंदा भी उसी एरा का है ना कोई आने वाला है मुझे कैसे क्या लग रहा है
Fire. Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Ugly. Shoot. गेम प्ले में बंदी का वैसा दिख रहा था तो अलग मजा नहीं आ रहा था
Zandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है?
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished. He sure doesn't pull his punch.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Huh. How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machine.
Shoot.
Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
पांच 5-star कैरेक्टर हैं आप ट्रैवलर को पकड़े दो
Try and stop me.
इतनी देर बाद खुद को खुले में देखा हूँ
Rev the engines.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing.
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Nefer to set up the decoys and buy us some time.
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes.
Those eyes.
Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
You're well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to—
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our trouble. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived...
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't, but she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers, after all. One look, and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top-secret intel.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon. But one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining... In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. What's the matter?
Verfnir, Freindaughter, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was...
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of Thelindis' memories.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Thelindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these pure-blood Conrians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian, oh yeah, just like how it was with the captain.
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who Nefer knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe...
All right, then. Let's keep working on Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino. We'll go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the wild hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kuta. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with...
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Aino, and Nefer when they get back.
All right then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone.
Reinforcements. किसको बुलाया?
We're back. Did we get here a little early?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally. And Boss Nefer has uncovered everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired. Oh, right. Nefer, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flint?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And Nefer and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Nefer should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone.
डेवलपर्स ने सोचा है बंदे को अभी भी निकालेंगे नहीं, बाहर बाद में ही निकाले लड़ने के लिए.
Try and stop me. Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, we still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbine...
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds Flames.
Huh? Are you serious?
इसलिए उसके आँख में भी क्रॉस है वाले इनके समान.
Descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just...
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I have. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong it. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the crimson moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart...
Yes. And that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug-of-war.
Oh, sounds...
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question! So, the crimson moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the iridescent moon, right? Does that mean that the Karians were to the crimson moon as the frost moon scions are to the frost moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as... Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the crimson moon's glow never truly faded.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow...
That's right. For now, it's the only way I can pay you back for your... The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even...
Deal. Then let's get started.
More powerful than before.
Get what started?
When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Inamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. But setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also, in the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to...
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what kind of induction ceremony?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between two worlds." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build...
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, People believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're... Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. Thank you. I feel
That's
like
wish में Nefer मिल गई. गजब सही यार.
It should be enough to move us across short distances.
कितना पेड़ी था?
And confirm.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice as you're crossing over. No matter what voices
ना भाई मैं तो
hear,
इसमें भी अपने आप को लकी मान. आजा लकी है ना भाई, लकी है. मैंने कब बोला लकी नहीं है? सही है बोला तो सही है. गजब.
I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition. अरे क्या आ गया? हाँ क्वेस्ट का हिस्सा है.
Hey, look up at the sky! A red moon! This must be the spot, right? Is that the abyss?
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like mummified remains. Iridescent moon. Was this truly what you wished for?
Careful! There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Haimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her.
ऐसे भागने में अकेले मजा आती है ना, किसी को छोड़ के.
By the way,
ज़्यादातर बच्चों को डराने में किसको डरा?
tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Bring it! Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
रिचुअल्स हर जगह. ये का मेरे को मारना पड़ेगा.
Get to work! Light up the blazing sun!
No. I'm not. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water. Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some...
वो गड्ढा खोद रहे हो वहाँ पे चल
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. Oh, if we can activate it, we might find some clues.
सही
Hey, look at that! Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to...
Thelindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We're heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining... Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Thelindis? Is that Rear's girlfriend? How come we're... Oh, yeah!
The Abyss has made this space extreme. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to waning moon. Oh, lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space.
Coincidence or something. एक hunt कर रहा है लोगों को. अरे किसी से.
Full throttle! Oh, looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Burn it down! Show no mercy! Incinerate! Rise with the sun!
स्पेयर में ही रखे थे क्या उसको? पोजीशन एकदम परफेक्ट है ना उसकी.
I see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking... If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
Rev the engines!
ने खोले थे फिर इसको वापस बंद क्यों किया? या फिर वो अपने आप हो गया?
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able... Oh, Revier. With every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness. If only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Hey, look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! Thelindis' voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow.
It must be.
Then there's no time to look...
Try and stop me!
get to the iridescent moon's marrow. That must be the iridescent moon's marrow. Oh, but we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it.
Light it up! Bring it! Get to work!
आ जाओ तेरे लिए गिफ्ट है
Pyroclastic surge!
दीवार नहीं चढ़ते डोमेन में उधर ही आओ एक साथ ही लेंगे
We're so close.
उसको थोड़े एनिमी गायब हो जाते इसे ड्रॉप भी दे नहीं रहेगा मैंने तो मार के मतलब क्या
The iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame. If we can purify the abyssal power within,
abyssal power sucker.
It's so cold. Is it you? Huh? At long last, I can see you once more. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart. As death drew near, the moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being... Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage. You look so puzzled. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason.
What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend.
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the frost moon. For a fading soul like hers. Our auras must be too similar to teleport.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. All right. That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon.
Huh?
Oh, lifeless damsel.
Oh. Hurry! The place is collapsing!
फिर बंदी भागती है कम से कम
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
पावन भाई अपना ट्रैवलर ऐसे काटता है तो फिर अच्छी बात है
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart! Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
What are you waiting
Wait, is that you, Arlecchino? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little... No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But you're... Oh... We're so sorry, Arlecchino.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is, I was simply holding up my end of the deal.
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From...
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight I offer in return.
World flames won't even move right.
Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you okay?
I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned, at least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to just... one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Notcry. The Ray here of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Revier.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Revier, give it some thought. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
भाई एक और आठ है
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
भाई कोलम्बिना चाहिए, विद वेपन चाहिए भाई, मजाक नहीं है। विद वेपन नहीं लिया ना तो भाई झटके लगेंगे, सच में झटके लगेंगे। वो खड़ा क्यों है पे?
Do you think the others are making? Oh, hey, look! They made it back as well. Prince, well.
All is well, thank you. Nefer and YeahBoi had to stay at the curatorium to wrap things up, so they won't be joining us for now.
I ran into Miss Nefer and Miss Aino on the way back. Their work is still in progress, so I suspect they won't be back for a while either.
You seem rather cheerful.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair of brave young warriors.
We meet again.
Albedo.
How have you been?
Albedo! What are you doing here?
Reinforcement. Okay.
That would be a natural assumption to make.
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the wild hunt. When they told me they were Sir Varka's colleagues, given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths, it's no wonder you're already acquainted.
So, who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
Bye.
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance.
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've...
Wait a sec! You're...
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be...
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves.
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Columbina, leave with you?
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped for a cup of tea or 10 on the way back.
Uh-oh. People are talking about me. Hope it's nothing negative.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all...
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist. I'll whip some up momentarily.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I was merely escorting my friends back. I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a pleasure, everyone. But this is where I'll say goodbye.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just glad I could help out some true friends.
I understand. Well, bye for now, Harlequino.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am.
बाप रे बहुत सारे कैरेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं और मेरे को लग रहा है सब सही है लेकिन क्या करे सब नहीं ले सकते डांस
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues I brought in. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deanslip, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well, not exactly colleagues, more sort of...
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone important.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon's...
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual enemy, would that earn me a seat at the table?
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsleif, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey, Albedo, think you can rustle up a couple more chairs?
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple more
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, he's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like jumping in at the deep end.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to see what's taking her so long?
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, I'm guessing she'd prefer to keep her methods confidential. Under such circumstances, would it not be tactless for me to impose?
Oh, but it's fine for me to impose.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection, Miss Moonchanter. Besides...
All right.
Akon Quest हो गई. Second part चालू है अभी.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire your powers of persuasion, my friend.
As I'm sure
पुल करने वालों हो यार मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ यार यहाँ पे डोलन दिख रहा है क्या करूँ यार इतने सारे कैरेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं और मैं अभी पुल करूँ.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Let's take a little breather, folks. And feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to business once the other two arrive.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an...
मैं अब तेरी आकॉन क्वेस्ट होने के बाद आऊँगा आ जा अब भाई आराम से 1 घंटे बाद आ.
Have either of you ever
तेरा
had
क्वेस्ट
your
मत दे
portrait
तू.
painted? If not,
That sounds like a lovely idea.
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people, dragons.
Hello, Zami.
You name it. He'll paint it for you.
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway.
Oh, whatever style feels best.
Very well.
You can replicate any style I want.
I can try. If you show me a sample.
Thank you. In that case.
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah. For starters, why'd you just show up here without even giving a...
If you think back to our previous interactions, you may recall that that's hardly out of character for me.
You do have a point there. Oh yeah, you'll need to find some somewhere to stay the night too, right? Want to tag along with us? You never know. We might get a group discount.
Sure. Let's...
Great! And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal
out of
bodyguard.
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner.
Oh, okay then. Paimon was... Anyway, since we're all here together, we might as well watch each other's backs.
Indeed.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone together for a serious...
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Itlua.
Itlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse. A true Ratnik to the core. And that's...
So you're what? A fake Ratnik? That's what it sounds like you're saying. But I get the feeling that's not Come on.
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to hide it. You've... Now, that was an awkward silence.
Let's just keep this between ourselves. Probably best if Itlua doesn't know.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with youngsters, after all.
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess.
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
Animo.
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself, I swear, your secret's safe with me.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds.
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados, all right?
Fair enough, then.
Ah, Miss Nefer. You made it after all. But what about Yehuda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work. I left Yehuda back at the...
So much for just this once.
Shh! Not so loud! We're on a roll here!
Did you say something, Mr. Varka?
Huh? I didn't say anything. Right, Flint?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me start by saying that it's an honor to be speaking before so many distinguished colleagues and collaborators. First up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium of Secrets, an intel gatherer extraordinaire. Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehuda and Lauma. From the little I've heard, they're making some great progress. Over here, we have Mr. Flintz, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously distracted the Wild Hunt to buy time for the rest of us. For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the best guide in all—
Wow! That's a lot of people! Great!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way, so, congratulations on the booming business, I guess.
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is? Who's looking for me now?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that I'd like you to gather more intelligence about the Recher of Solnari.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say your job's probably more hassle than it's worth. Something about you seems like bad news.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises an awful lot of questions for me.
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Raker of Solnari's real name is Rerir. He was once an acquaintance of mine.
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure yourself.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why I have asked Miss Nefer to investigate Rerir.
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here? Surely you already know how he became one of the Five Sinners.
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the Five Sinners. I remember it all like it was yesterday. I have never spoken openly of this before, but the truth was exactly as people say. The Five Sinners were each driven by their own desires, and it was by playing upon these that the Abyss tempted them to their fall, tearing Conria apart in the process. The visionary, Vedifenir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise, KhopdiTod, who sought limitless knowledge. Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life. The foul, Surtologi, who pursued supreme strength. And last, but not least, Raker of Solnari, Rerir, Ravager of the Moon. Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night? How did he come to fall like the others?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about the events of that time? The more detail you can give me, the better.
Strangely, now that it comes to it, I hardly know where to begin. The fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedifenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes and cast him into the dungeons. When I came to hear of this, my fury knew no bounds. I gathered together every ally I thought I had, and together, we set a night to storm the palace and free Ved. Centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me, like a never-ending nightmare. We broke through the palace gates, just like we had planned, each striking towards our separate targets. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedifenir, the very person I had come to rescue, abandoned me and partook of the Abyss's power.
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price are you willing to pay? You, of all people, must know that nothing comes for free.
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Believe it or not, there was a time when he was just an ordinary man, working for the Conrian Intelligence Service. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission, I will tell you more about him. Enough, I hope, to help you plan your next move.
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that lamp of yours bright enough already?
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your liking, I'll make sure to tone it down next time.
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif. Let's speak in private once the meeting is over.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly enhanced. But it seems like that hasn't happened yet.
I believe it will take a little longer. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing a lot better now, the truth is, my recovery will likely be an ongoing process. From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the so far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will plague me until the day I finally leave this place behind. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Raihir of Solnari. As Arlecchino put it, this is not about chasing the spoils of victory. It's just a gesture of heartfelt gratitude.
Khuttar.
Defeating the Raihir of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers, we'll also need to gather more intel.
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat him.
We've considered several viable plans now, but our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Raihir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? And what's he really after? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these questions.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say it's not my wish to burden you. But right now, relying on your skills is our only option.
So you're placing all your hopes on me, huh?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us. Honestly, I can hardly believe how lucky we are.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches insincere flattery the next.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free.
I almost don't want to leave this room. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
You'll stand by us until the very end.
Oh? And what makes you so sure of that? Decide that my compensation is insufficient.
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste for Raihir. And knowing you, that alone is motive enough.
Look at them getting along so well. Like two peas in a pod.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery. There is no justice.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you, I don't...
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you.
Anyway, we've got our plan, so let's get moving. Mr. Dainsleif, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned...
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do it myself.
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a while.
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what makes it so hilarious is how long it's taken you to realize.
Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsliff get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate of you. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rarier's past, and you seem fair. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident that these secrets will be
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you. It shows...
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer. You might have been forced to help in the beginning, but this time, it was your choice.
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once a decision's been made, it's set in stone. After that, my only goal is to see it through. Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rarier's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things like this before on your travels, so you're surely well aware of how dangerous it can be. The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his consciousness together, and once inside, I will focus on searching for information. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, you are my safety equipment, tasked with keeping me alive while I'm under the surface. Once the ceremony begins, we will all be spying on privileged information. But in the interests of safety, you must remain absolutely silent at all times. We will discuss our observations after the ceremony has concluded. Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are advised not to partake in the ceremony. In any case...
Well, good luck, everyone! Sounds like all Paimon can do is cross her fingers and root for you guys.
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rarier's mind, it's imperative that we have a team member on the outside. In the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I don't anticipate any issues, but the
I second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're our whole rescue team. That's pretty much the most important.
So, Paimon's like the lifeguard? Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. Please, take a...
Paimon.
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rarier kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what those secrets were all the same.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. I'm a businesswoman, but I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history?
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns, we're good.
You're such a killjoy. You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good to go.
All set over here too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Close your eyes.
Sounds like my kind of people.
Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves, paperwork, files. According to Dainsliff, Rarier used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of top-secret intel stashed away in this room. Is this where you keep your secrets, Rarier? Can't say I'm not looking forward to this. Bookshelves full of documents. Looks like these are all files, packed with the personal details. The Crimson Moon Dynasty preceded the eclipse. Since Rerir worked as a secret agent during the latter, it stands to reason that he was tasked with purging remnants of the old dynasty. Yep. Lines up exactly with what... A file tucked inside a folder. The title reads... It's... But at this stage, I have no idea who... Wonder what kind of encryption technique this is. Aha. It's an audio recording.
Please, hear me out. I can't shake this feeling that someone's been spying on our house. I saw someone dressed in all black. It was a couple of days back, but that was on another street, not near my house. I swear, I know—
There's a note in the margin. Surveillance of the Runfather residence has concluded. We apprehended the target, and could the voice in the recording belong to one of Rerir's target?
टारगेट की वॉइस होगी मेरे को लगता है।
A box containing a ring inlaid with a precious gem. Must be for his girlfriend. He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder what's...
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them. Just... Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Neutralized, This one should be archived under Female, 23. Neutralized. Another one for purged. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. Once it got... Male, 40. Occupation, teacher. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the neutralized. Just another nobody for the archive. Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. A case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Huh. He barely even interacted with other Crimson Moon descendants. Female, 16. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed neutralized. Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None whatsoever. Female, neutralized. Filed. Male, 11. Occupation, none. Neutral.
Same information of Palestine.
Male.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, Most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legitimate line of work. Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts.
He looks even gloomier than...
Mr. Vedifalnir? It's been...
Rerir, I trust you're here because...
forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a question. Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to...
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things. Things like...
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting...
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. It...
No fooling up.
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter of time before you came looking for me.
Does it feel good? Knowing...
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will come to pass, it can be all too easy to succumb to fear and melancholy. Unless, of course, you learn to abandon these feelings. You fear my silence, and long to hear the words I left unspoken that day.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject. And the reason is simple. Because the truth could never have lived up to your hopes. For both our sakes, such words are better left unsaid. The burden of prophecy was never meant for your shoulders.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies? None but our exalted king?
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to his majesty than I am. You must know better than anyone how much...
You say that as though it is to my benefit. Yet precisely because of that, I dare not speak rashly. A king can turn out to be the most virtuous of rulers, or a tyrant more terrible than the most vicious of dragons.
You are so wise and far-sighted, yet still you would have me live.
You make a fair point. Especially given my silence alone was all it took to send you spiraling downward. Very well then, let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply for many reasons. There is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek, you should find another fiancé.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again. Could this memory belong to the...
Wait. Hear me out. This time we fight. His name is Rerir.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner.
Why are you telling...
Simple. I want you to kill him. You are the only person he would never suspect.
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of...
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last? Do you know...
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty has long been dead and gone. You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away everything I have?
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon. Just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so...
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try to
persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hate the Vinster King?
blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. A petty little man with a miser's heart. And he dares to sit upon the throne? Mark my words. Sooner or later, if you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends.
The Rahier of Solnari. That really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rerir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? Love should be built on honesty. But ours was born from lies. And yet, is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up the parts that no one else should see, how can we go on pretending to be normal? Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. In the end, nothing. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. I'll do everything in my power to protect what I cannot afford to lose, no matter who I have to face.
Huh? Was that Rerir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, you risk having your throat torn out.
Deli? Oh. They're talking about those people from the opposition. Right.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. So many have died already. We're not going to survive this, are we? But why does it have to be this way? Thelindis, are you...
Sorry for... I heard you, though. He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down rebels and...
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was using you from the very beginning.
No. Rerir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection to any of it.
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic?
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. But for now, you need to keep your... Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful when he's up. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me, just...
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have? But after all this time...
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give you a clear answer to that question. Here, hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape presents itself, take it. You'll be glad you took some spare change.
You call that change?
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in.
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covered in their blood?
Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags?
But not everyone is...
Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. And the prey won't sense a thing.
I'll bet no one covers as quiet as your hand.
I work clean. No traces.
That does get opened above board. The king just happens to be right now. What if someday he doesn't?
That won't happen.
He's changed. Ever since he fell under the spell of that power. He only had to take out a handful of the guilty.
The ones I've dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
Do you still remember Orlog?
Orlog?
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers. You spoke for quite a while, didn't you?
Yes, we did. What about it?
He was arrested 2 days... I just don't get it! After everything he's done, or does it mean nothing to you that people keep dying?
No, that's not...
I need to go now, Thelindis. If you ever need a place to hide...
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47 hours for all subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more... No progress whatsoever. What now? Won't you give me even... Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be in... But I... If all this research comes to nothing, what then? Sooner or later... But... Could he really bring himself to kill me? No. Surely...
Can't hide the truth.
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want... to live?
Yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Thelindis? No. No, why? But how could you possibly have anything to do with that? A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of justice. Irminsul. Finster King. How far are you going to take this? From the direct bloodline to secondary offshoots? And then what? Today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not rest until everyone down here is dead? No. This cannot go on. This is where it ends.
You're...
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one will find...
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful, but if you let me go, you won't be...
Good point.
No, please! I just want to see the...
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing...
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedavelnir. What are you trying to do? Break me down?
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not...
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now I know exactly whose it is. He won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to manipulate me like a... Tell me then! What will this moment of opportunity look like? And... no answer.
So, the Eclipse dynasty was purging... well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. The king's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Khaenri'ah hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life was so unstable. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancé, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon dynasty's... It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. If the Vinster King hadn't intervened in such a drastic way, they might have gone on deceiving each other for the rest of their lives. And why does Vedavelnir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? This guy kept more secrets than I ever imagined. The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, you only ever see the parts they're willing to let surface. Time for something a bit... We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction, part simulation, part reasoning, but it's usually pretty accurate. Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has really been hiding.
Rerir, are you there? Hey, Rerir!
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain
Okay. I'll come.
All right then, but...
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is...
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight, I say that's a big step forward for our...
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why would we seek refuge in the night?
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers the cover of darkness. The word on the street is that Sertologi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage. But that is patently false. I see you're missing an arm and a leg. Surely only a fair fight could explain that.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take them.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy, anything is possible.
Lunatic. KhopdiTod. What brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. He Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhine-daughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a humble servant of the king, and I can assure you he
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be true. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum, the chief royal mage known as the Wise by royal appointment, and by far the most favored among the 4 pillars. Vice President Veit doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task. And as for Veit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it...
You must be Rerir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course. I'm pleasantly surprised.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedifenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he...
Vedifenir in prison? Strange. I thought the king... Does this mean the king's circle of trust just got even smaller?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is as clear as day to anyone paying. I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas.
And also because you're slimy. Vedifenir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary? It rather inclines me to think that qualifications are not what get you ahead in Conria.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be having right now?
Dane? What?
Rescue Vedifenir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight.
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're captain of the Royal Guard.
Hmm? You've been planning this for a while.
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedifenir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is... My blade will force the king to see the error of his way.
So, Vedifenir's prophecy enraged the king. I'm sure it wasn't what he wanted to hear, but if he won't take counsel even from the visionary, that is deeply troubling news. The extent of His Majesty's madness is now all too clear. The question is, you have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much for a guy like me. I'm not interested.
A letter of pardon? For whom? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone connected to the Crimson Moon seem vanishingly slim.
Huh.
This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thelindis. But why it? Another mystery I'll need.
गलत।
Author Thelindis, over the course of this week, the research dating back to the Crimson Moon Dynasty has established 2 points regarding Moon Marrow. Firstly, its origins have something to do with a god's power. Secondly, it serves as a portal to an as-yet indeterminate location. However, there are a number of hurdles to overcome before we can answer the question of where it leads to. To start with, opening the gateway requires a specific power source. An enormous amount of power is then required to keep the gate open. Currently, the total power output of our instruments remains in the single digits. To make matters worse, I am now the only staff member remaining in the Moon Marrow lab. The Universitas Magistrorum recently decided to move most of its personnel into abyssal energy research. This is not a wise move. I have always maintained that placing all our hopes in a single source of power is risky, especially one as poorly understood as this, as well as making ourselves overly I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a Moon Marrow researcher, I desperately want to see the world. If we really made it there one day, what would we find? And how would we go about taming the unknown? My imagination is endlessly fueled.
कहाँ गलत जगह जाता वो। कैमरा एंगल ऐसा अजीब सा क्यों है?
This is for you. I heard you're gonna leave the city with...
Thelindis.
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday, and he was acting a little... You never saw him, and I don't know what...
What if he finds out that you pried into his...
Don't be silly.
Are you scared of him?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match. Logically, I should be scared of him. But enough about that.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it safe, then in the future...
A red moon?
That's right. Our moon.
I promise.
The Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out. It's light. No matter how long it takes.
टेंशन वालों ने कहाँ से सोच के भाई, कहाँ कब से सोच के रखे। हाँ ना, वहीं पे मार कमीने है।
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this... You know what happens to those who betray the throne?
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne.
If you have any love left for justice in your heart...
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the palace. Then KhopdiTod and Rhine-Daughter will disarm this. My job is to enter the prison and rescue Vedifalnir. Stay safe.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade.
ये पजल आना ही है यार। इस साइड जाना है।
And the smell is abominable. Found you. Hello. Surprised? Oh, wait.
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance. Surprise at just how unfairly this world responds to words of earnest remonstrance.
I'm curious. What did you prophesize this time?
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word of warning. Someone had to say it. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him that if he continues...
But he didn't listen. Worse still, he stabbed you in both eyes and locked you away. Dane asked for my help.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw. Yet I am powerless to change it. Fate is... I do wonder whether giving a man the power to see the future does nothing more for him than slowly crush his spirit.
Forgive my curtness, Vedafulnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. His suspicions have been brewing for a long time. You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his... There are things the king does not want to see. So?
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power to see the future.
Until what?
Just now.
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you. This will go down as the most tumultuous day in Conrad.
I sense hatred in you. But also hope. But this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new chapter, in a whole new story. There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rerir. But you are not one of them. You're not here for justice, are you?
हाँ बोलना
You're
बोलो
here
ना
for yourself.
हाँ 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 2 मिनट में आया भाइयों
Is that a dagger? Interesting. Why?
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight. But I also doubt that you want to make an enemy.
Of course not.
We could be. But I need you to be honest with me.
You mean your future?
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, a nation, maybe the... I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I. You see the solutions to the biggest problems of our age. So tell me, what is...
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be, and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain price in the pursuit of happiness, but unfortunately, fate does not negotiate. That is the cruelest thing about fate.
That can't... I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head, urging me to see how the world is changing, to seek more power. You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it?
My voice? So, you hear it too? The voice that steals your mind, gains you. It turns out that we are not so different.
Vedafulnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life. As if he'd discovered some monumental
Very well then. My advice to you is as follows. You must persevere. Whatever trials and tribulations you may face, be steadfast in the belief that they are your path. For as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end.
That is the only... It is up to you whether you believe my words. Regardless...
I will hold...
Thank you for setting me free. In return, I will tell you one more thing.
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled through this...
If I were you, I would head to the Universitas Magistrorum.
The Universitas?
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again.
Whatever Vedifalnir said, I didn't catch it. I didn't even help him out of the prison. There was no time to...
No more lies.
Monsters? Is this Rhine-daughter's doing? Or the Universitas Magistrorum? Out of my way!
Can't hide the truth.
The Universitas. That reminds me of a rumor I want. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. No one knows where they are or what kind of... But if they were ever gonna activate, it would...
Help!
Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you!
Save me!
That sounded like an explosion. So, what other means does the king have it? And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the Universitas will be in grave danger.
अपन यहीं पे आ जाना है
Light it up! Wrath from the sky! Incinerate! Letting brave names echo! Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun! Monsters at the universe. Oh no, it's no use. The table won't hold out much longer. Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection. I'm done for. Ah! Stay back!
What's that?
Red Rear. So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Felindis? No, don't do it! Felindis! Felindis!
someone better.
No! No, I won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know a way? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Rary, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair, desire. We all have our own.
Rarier. Rarier.
Lindis?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Rarier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice. I will find you. And then... you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was... A monster created by circumstance is a monster all the same. Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get uncomfortable. In a nutshell, the story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by the wayside. Everyone tells little white lies, and before long, his past is filled with sorrow. But the tale of any fallen civilization is one of endless tragedy. Cruel as it may be, that was Conria's fate. Everyone, I'm back.
Nefer! How are you holding up? She's fine, boss.
Yes, I'm fine. You will have seen the events of Rarier's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is just a regular nobody, driven by personal tragedy, as he said himself.
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him from his memories alone. But they did, however, I would not consider Rarier to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era. Yet, when the...
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging me not to abandon the people of Nodcry in their hour of need?
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the plan. Without you, the mission ahead will be all but impossible.
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. and I don't appreciate being bossed around. Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent. You stuck to the rules of the ceremony and kept your mouth shut the entire time. Bravo.
Cool. So, can you fill me in on the deets now?
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others. Yehoda?
Yes, boss!
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about the first clause of your employment contract.
Forgive my curiosity, but...
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like opening the door, pouring the tea, yada yada.
Is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the curatorium abides by the very strictest of labor policies. You don't seriously think I'm cruel enough to treat her like my slave? In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. Hope I don't catch Flintz and Varka lounging about in their chairs, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves. Oh no.
क्या हो गया?
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not that kind of boss.
I'm sorry. What did you hear me say? I wasn't talking.
Wait. How long have I been standing here?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong?
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I
hallucinated?
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of pawns.
So you control everything in here?
More or less. But yes, it's a...
Has anything like this?
Only once. It was the first...
Is there any similarity between what happened then and what's happening now?
I suppose my thoughts are a little turbulent, which was also the case.
Is there anything I can...
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need your help with things that I'm too late.
Meaning, you're not feeling...
Meaning, this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal treasure that I alone understand.
Boss, it's fine. Really.
Oh, listen to you. Whatever would I do without you, Yehoda?
What?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find another employee as obedient and servile as you?
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I was thinking of fetching some water. There's gotta be a source around here somewhere. I suggest everyone finds someplace comfortable to take a rest. We gotta conserve our energy. Even though all this chess malarkey doesn't exist in a physical sense, mentally speaking, it's all real. And so is our tiredness and fatigue. You don't want to dismiss mental fatigue. Just because it isn't physical doesn't mean it's any less serious.
Don't I have the best employees? Jealous much?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda for a day to help out at the Frost Moon Scions.
Oh, Lauma. Have I ever told you just how pretty you are? Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused and no talking no matter what we encounter. And you have my word that I will get us all out of here. This place looks familiar. That's not a good sign.
wasn't expecting visitors at...
Oh.
There you are! Sinue's been looking for you all...
Oh, yeah? What were you doing just now, Uncle Rich?
What do you mean, loose change? Oh, come on, I'm too old for this. Just pretend you saw nothing.
इस बार की आंखों क्वेस्ट बहुत शानदार है.
Hey, kid. Mind telling me what Sinuhe's been up to recently? I'm trying to get in his good books and I need a way in.
Get in his good books? Why? What do you want with my dad, Uncle Peppy?
I've written a new song. I was hoping to showcase it at the next fest.
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen, but unfortunately...
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting there warming up my vocal cords. Come find me when you're done.
हर बार अच्छा रहता है.
Pile of stones. Got it.
मैं आ गया 7 hours का मेंटेनेंस टाइम वसूल हो गया. मजा आ गया.
Hi, Dad. Uncle Wretch and you said...
Ah, there's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner, you could have shared the spoils of war with me.
Spoils of war? Who were you fighting against, Dad?
It was just a figure of speech. I was talking about our war against thirst. I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back.
We have a well again.
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much water as I could carry.
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms, our wells wouldn't be caving in. You wouldn't be spending all your time out...
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading us out of hardship and poverty. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the stories. And look at us now. Squeezed into these hovels. No one would choose this. If it was... But things are looking up. I started working with some folks from the academia a few months back. They gave me
मेल के
some
प्राइमोस
contacts in
से
return
2
for my
पुल किया
assistance in
और
the
दया
desert.
मिल गई. पुरीना guaranteed है. सही है यार.
So you're the academia's help...
Special ambassador, they call it. Think it's nothing bad, okay? We've been isolated here in the desert for too long. Seeking opportunities elsewhere is the best thing for us, and the fastest way to progress.
So... do you get anything good?
Of course. My luck's improving all the time. One day...
That's our well, and you know it. You stole from us. Well, you've gone from cheap.
Did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid,
and that special imp. You're a liar and a cheat.
I heard Yehoda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most people, corpses strewn across the ground. The wounds are clearly from scimitars and daggers. The desert dwellers' weapons of... There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinue, chief of the Shimti tribe. Surely you remember me. This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't I'm writing to you because I need some help. That sandstorm, praise the gods. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of Special Ambassador and send some of your people to assist me for a few days. It's the only way I can convince them that this was the Academia's decision. This is an emergency.
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was butchered over a sip of water.
पटाखे फोड़ना चालू कर दिए लोगों ने।
Officer. Well, I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide some respectable libation.
This is the finest wine Aru village has to offer. I promise.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain...
Please, have faith. If not in us, then in our god. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away from this place. Give her a chance. Don't let her
I don't...
She showed up here a few days ago, and we took her in. She's a really bright kid.
So, where are...
Nowhere special. Just a sand dune.
What about the rest of your family?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers, no...
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sisters. Apart from that, I...
All right, get over here. Sign your name. Nefer? You're rather fair-skinned for a desert dweller.
It all adds up.
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional...
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a couple more questions I wanted...
Oh? Please, ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier.
A weak student? Goodness, no.
I think what you're saying is, a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy. And if they did, they certainly...
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are, and I'm sure...
Because of where I come from.
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't like it any more than you do. Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions?
I wanted to check if someone sent me a letter to the Academia...
Ah, your family wrote to you. Well, as long as they put your...
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter. I was just curious where the mail...
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mails. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place.
Okay, got it.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly,
Hey, you're a great teacher. And you do your best. It's not just the Academia, either. The whole world bends over backwards for the success.
Oh, my dear child. Don't...
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a way to become successful. Can't hide the truth. This must be it. A big cardboard... Let's take a look. A dilapidation, sir. This one was... Who was it? This one is... In clinical terms, this seems like something the Academia would... Wait, what's this? The note says, the sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would send it back, but no return address was provided. This next one is addressed to... A few words of protest. In recent years, the academia has taken on a small number of students from the dead. However, as well, education is as grand. I do hope you will. Great letter. And the sender is. I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad students like. So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod end up? Nice one, Grand Sage. Really enlightened leadership.
दूसरा वाला क्यों नहीं ले रहा है वो?
Whatever. This isn't what I'm not exact. I can't believe. I don't believe for. Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some water and other supplies. You seemed... In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. And I there... The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. You were sympathetic to... This brings me to my reason for writing. Our tribe has fallen on particularly... There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. To ensure my people's survival, the Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, we worship the Lord of Flowers and have had relatively good relations with our fellow tribe. I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. So I took some water to keep me and my tribe alive. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. I would like to take you up on that offer. Because, that aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students. We have next to no resources here in the desert. And...
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. Those things they promised were just empty words. I doubt they even remember the name Sinuhe. And you were so emphatic that your luck had finally changed. You swore you'd lead us to a better place one day. You spoke. You liar. You lied. And who fell for it? Just me, by the looks of it. Despite your best efforts. Which makes you a pathetic liar. I think I'll take over from here. Let me show you how it's done.
क्या करने वाली बंदे?
I just came to say goodbye. Thanks.
Nefer? You...
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you.
It was. But it doesn't matter. I have more important things to deal with and they can't wait. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that it has hallucinogenic effects. Don't...
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just
Yeah, I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are It's not worth much.
But Nefer...
All right, that's all from me.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just classmates, right?
Yeah. I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do when I get back. I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way, I expect I'll forget you pretty quickly.
कंज्यूम करता है।
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume there's a big business deal to be made.
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky I'm the one they sent. Not all special ambassadors share my admiration for the YeahBoi people. The ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the...
So...
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength, is it not? It used to belong to the Unut, but it looks like you have...
You're not wrong, but I'm sure you...
Of course not. I came to bring you some very good news. Some information that recent records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan show that a certain well currently under YeahBoi control is built on top of some ancient ruin. I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident that this is the well in question. The
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say...
Don't get greedy, YeahBoi. We know far more than you think. We know that you seized this well by force. Wasn't that the first step in your rise to power? To drive away the Unut and...
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as it was, it's something we're willing to overlook. The Academia is only interested in dealing with the de facto power holders in the region. I hope I am making...
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the Academia is trying to play me, I'll hunt down every one of your people and make you watch as I...
I assure you, Chief, that would not be in your long-term interests. You don't want to make an enemy of the Academia. You see how I'm dressed, don't you? I appreciate that you've never been to the rainforest, but surely even you recognize an ambassador's attire when you... And what does a barbarian like you have to lose anyway? You really think the Sumeru Academia would bother to come all this way just...
All right, I take your point. The Academia is the highest authority. In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation rights. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed. Excellent news. In fact, it calls for a celebration. Would you do us the honor of staying a while?
Gladly. I am partial to wine myself, so let's indulge in a few drinks together, in celebration of this momentous occasion.
Chief! Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They've...
What? Well, don't just stand there.
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the YeahBoi's military
Well, what is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day after we reach a deal, they seize the well. This can't be a coincidence. I am obliged to remind you, Chief, that the Academia will only deal with the de facto power holders. If you cannot regain control over the well...
No! Please, Ambassador, just give... That well is ours.
Glad to hear it.
If there is a traitor, I will find them.
Wow. All it took was a few words and I've got him wrapped around my finger.
So, in summary, Ambassador, the Academia would rather negotiate with our tribe instead of the YeahBoi, yes?
The YeahBoi are ruthless murderers who don't listen to reason. So let me ask you, Chief, if you were the Academia...
Kill them all.
Precisely. The Academia does not tolerate those. At the same time, there is simply no way that the Academia can be seen to be intervening in desert affairs.
We have our own rules out here. If the rainforest dwellers raised arms against a desert tribe, you'd start a bloody war.
Right. We can't confront them ourselves, but we can support their enemies. The Unut have always had strained relations with the YeahBoi, which makes you our natural allies. Natural ally? Weren't the YeahBoi your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your interests back when we stole that water. And now look at you. Let me be clear. The Academia wishes to collaborate with the legally recognized rulers of the desert in this matter. We are asking for excavation rights to that well, and our offer is 50 million.
Say no more.
Good. Then I suggest you get to work. Get us access to that well, and the more is yours. You see, Dad? Lying is easy when you know how. People will believe anything.
भाई दो झूठ इधर बोली, दो झूठ उधर बोली, भाई दो किस में लड़ाई लगा दी। वैसे धुले के है नहीं बात।
Look at yourselves. You may be vile, savage monsters, but your butchered bodies bleed like any others. You're no different. You're the monsters who destroyed my home. They're just ordinary, petty human beings. What I think we're even now. Maybe I've even done the desert a favor. It's a better place without all these people around. Oh, Sinuhe, my gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, our tribespeople would still be alive, but you couldn't do what had to be done.
Nefer, it's okay. All of this is in the past now.
I believe I remember you promising to remain silent.
Yeah, but even...
Yehuda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
Alright, time for a sharp turn onto a... So, anyway, that's enough of that. When are we getting out of this place? Feels like we've been walking forever. I'm getting pretty tired.
Yes, if we can find somewhere to sit down.
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or so everyone says. I never wanted to believe it, but looking back now, I'm as desert as they come.
You mentioned a temple.
My biggest trade...
Ah. Then I'm guessing it's where you got your power from.
I didn't know you were clued.
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but since you come from the desert, I would imagine it...
Sounds impressive.
Oh, I know who you mean. General Mahamatra.
That's Boss Nefer for ya. She knows everything.
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity. But I know about Sethos, too.
What about him?
Well, he's not a small deal, let's put it that way. Please, this is the bare-bone basics. Save the... Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take in.
Depth here. I don't have anything to add about any of the... I want to do the whole name-dropping, this girl...
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King. One of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that he, the Crocodile King, and the Goat King were... Let's take a look.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
अभी भी नहीं हुआ. Nefer इसे.
Of course.
Nefer ने नाइडा को power grab कर.
Nefer, hold on.
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
वो skill पे not रहा है character. ये बड़ा डर
How repulsive.
Ay. चलो मैं ज़्यादा wrong time पे आया हूँ. गलत time पे आया तू लेके. अभी वो सोने ही वाला है तो बोला थोड़ी देर में. तो लगाई था नहीं. ये तो ये.
Timed that pretty well, didn't I? It's okay. I'm just glad no one...
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsliv. Were you helping get them out?
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this investigation, I was not naive to the dangers involved. I had a duty to ensure your safety.
Good to know your sense of justice is still intact after all these years.
I take that to mean that you saw the truth. That comes as a great relief.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage that?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong long before we made it to the temple. By using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past, well, the monster formerly known as Rerir, it seems I alerted him. I was tracking him, then he caught on and started tracking me too. Can't say I'm surprised.
But how did he track you through your thoughts alone?
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King. He is an expert at finding a trail and hunting down his pursuers.
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave at first.
Speaking of your chess set, it's quite a remarkable item. Would I be right in thinking you have some connection to King Deshret?
You overestimate me. I only have a connection with one of his underlings, the Ibis King. You all saw how this came to be. A long time ago, the YeahBoi massacred my tribe, the Shimti, in our home village. A few years later, I enrolled in the academia, where some new information came to light. The Unut and the YeahBoi fought a bitter battle over the rights to a well, all for the sake of a non-existent 50 million mora. The YeahBoi ultimately won that confrontation, but their victory came at the cost of almost every warrior in the tribe. The final blow to the YeahBoi came at the victory feast, when an Unut assassin beheaded their chief right before my eyes. The remaining YeahBoi fled and have been scattered to the winds ever since. Having gotten my revenge, I returned to my hometown, where to my surprise, the nearby temple was still standing. There it was, seemingly immune to the relentless hostility of the desert, while my tribal home lay in ruins. As I stood there gazing at the temple, I noticed a cat just outside. This cat, as it turned out, was home to the spirit of the Ibis King. He led me to a gate deep inside the temple, and this chess set is my gift from the Ibis King. The chessboard within is made to the same specifications as the one in the mausoleum of King Deshret, and represents his power of piercing analysis. With this chessboard in its container, I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden secrets. Now, you could conclude that the Ibis King simply wanted to give the people of this world the power to seek the truth. Every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as fickle as any human's, full of secrets, perversions, egotistical tendencies. But precious few gods are willing to admit this.
It is the same with all powerful forces, including fate itself. Their gaze falls preferentially upon a select few.
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I agree. Gather the others. It's time to share everything I've learned. Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating into the Recher of Solnari's background. I am pleased to report that the investigation has been most fruitful indeed. The Recher of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Khanrian subject who served the Vinster King. I will now share the important details of his story. Please save any questions or comments for the end.
So that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. But it does not, no matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, the fact remains that he is what we know today as the Wild Hunt, wreaking havoc upon. He becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Teyvat suffers the consequences. This is a threat that the Knights of Favonius cannot.
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial gateway that appeared in Rerir's...
Never. But I have heard stories of something called the Moon Gate, and this seems to fit the
Miss Lama, any thought?
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the moon is believed to hold many secrets. Some sources speak of ancient knowledge, others of a gateway to the term Moon Gate is one I have heard before. But as is the case with all of our legends, there aren't...
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon goddess yourself, do you have some idea?
Not at this stage, sorry. I do hold the power of the Frost Moon, and my strength is recovering well. I can sense that the gate would open at my command, but...
But there's more to the power of the Frost Moon than that?
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the Moon Gate, since it is a path to the moon. But as Nefer mentioned, holding open a spatial gateway takes a huge amount of power. And right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight the Rahier of Solnari. I'm afraid this is one mystery.
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond the gate. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rerir made it through unscathed. The evidence pointing to this is the fact that the Rahier of Solnari exists in the form of countless fragments. With the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet...
So your theory is that Rerir was physically torn to shreds by some powerful force? Hence, why the Wild Hunt is a distributed phenomenon.
Makes sense to me. Explains why the Wild Hunt is so pervasive, and why he's been trying to piece himself back together. He was whole to begin with, and he wants to be whole again.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss?
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss is most surely a curse.
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present understanding of Abyss creatures. Whether the life form in question... This raises some interesting questions. I will run some That being said, regardless of whether my research bears fruit, I would like to thank Miss Nefer for conducting such a thorough investigation.
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo. I too hope that the information I have shared today proves useful as we look to formulate the next stage of...
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just... when I think of the man I once knew as Rerir...
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any comfort, but...
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are. The moon and stars are full of untold secrets and lies. And the skies are host to many more mysteries than these alone. Yet, none of that can begin to compare with the complexity of human life.
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time. Thank you, but...
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting. I'm sure Nefer needs some...
That's very thoughtful.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to... Hey, is this a bad time? No need. Anyway, Nefer went back to the curatorium to get some rest. But before she left, she shared some things with me that I thought you should be aware of. Firstly, although she managed to trap the Raker of Solnari inside her chest set, there's no guarantee that the power of the Ibis King is any match for one of the 5 sinners. their power. It's only a matter of time before he finds a way to break out. We have to come up with a plan.
Honestly, my mom figured that my...
Well, I asked her that same question. She talked for a long time, but for the most part, it seemed like she was trying to convince me how it felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will? Anyway, after all that, she finally answered the question.
2 days? Holy moly! Can we even recruit?
That remains to be seen. You have some history with him, right? Do you think maybe you could talk to him? Great. All right, on to item 3. So, Albedo, Duran, and I put our heads together and came up with a plan. We figured...
Without it, we can pull this off without his help.
All right, so... We felt a little uneasy about roping you into this. I mean, firstly, you're not locals, and secondly, none of us are your boss. You're well within your rights to refuse.
Roping us in? Why would you even say that? We know the stakes here. It's all of us against the Reher of Solnari, or none of us stand a chance.
I choose my words very intentionally, I'll have you know. I like to think there's an art to striking a down-to-earth tone even when the stakes are through the roof.
Sir Varka, I have a few thoughts about...
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are allocated. In my view, the most sensible lineup would be like this.
अपने ट्रैवलर बोला प्लान बताया लेकिन अपने को नहीं पता चलेगा.
I see your point, yeah. But if that's how we're going to approach this, you'd better make sure you're ready. To be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it. I just want to make...
I want to do everything within my power. The Reher of Solnari is a truly fearsome opponent, and if...
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. Jean's mentioned in her letters that you're so diligent it's almost abnormal. As in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations like this. But you seem to just march towards... Of course, everyone appreciates a fearless pioneer. But all that aside, I'm the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. And you...
Thank you, Sir Varka.
I should be the one thanking you. It means a lot to have you on board.
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one...
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Reher and the Wild Hunt's behavioral patterns. Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Reher has never displayed any ability to manipulate the dimension of space. So it's unlikely he has any power in that domain. Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. If we put him in a fight-or-flight situation, he'll choose to fight every time. Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, he is consumed by hatred, both for the moon and for his enemies. Turns out, we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission. He'll be baying for blood, not looking to escape.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt, those all seem like valid observations to me.
Understood. Then I will defer to the verdict of the group.
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail. Albedo and Duran are carrying...
Plan approved. Okay, any firepower you need, I got you covered. Let's light this baby up.
The Frost Moon
क्या बनाया
Scions
उसने?
are behind you as well.
And the rest of you?
हमारे पास choice नहीं है.
No objections? All right. Then it's settled. This is the plan we're going with. Next up, an old tradition of mine. Anyone who wants...
Wait, we can still back up.
Everyone says things they regret, right?
A very people-first approach. I hear that's common practice in the...
Who'd you hear it from? D-Luke?
Shh. We don't use people's real names at work. This contact will be known only as Owl, please and thank you.
This plan can only work if everyone does their part.
We shall indeed. You'll be glad you accepted our help. Also, you are the last person I expected to see here, Miss Dory.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth. In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune. That's right, I know your full name.
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that a secret.
Okay, fine. I'm actually only here as a favor for someone else. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to hire me otherwise?
Oh, does this mean someone out there actually has the power to boss Dory around?
It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing and mutually beneficial business partnership. She's actually the mom of a friend of yours. Said mom supplied me with
Alice.
a great little trinket, but now that lady's ruined everything. If I don't start building a little goodwill now, my whole business in Notcraft.
Okay. So what exactly?
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. We have a business relationship, and she was worried that something bad might happen to me. So, she wanted me to have something that can... I finally got it all fully charged up with Kuvaki, and then Nefer went and used it all up at once! Never lost so big in my life!
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't mean to drain all...
You will? Well...
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's yours if you want it. In fact, take it now, and I'll even throw in a free Raker of Solnari. Deep.
You're putting me in a difficult position here.
It's a very useful thing to have around, but I have a funny feeling it won't be around much longer. I guess we'll see in a couple of days.
Looks like bankruptcy.
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and you never know. You might find a new business opportunity on the other side.
Oh, I was born ready. We only have 2 days. And don't forget, when something's in high demand, the people with ta-da! See? It's right here.
Oh, it's so pretty. Did you make it?
No,
Aha! No wonder you were talking about lucky charms at the meeting. You've been getting Kave to make them for you.
That's not the full story. It actually started a while back as Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. There may come a day when everyone... I passed this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholars to invent a technology that could keep people safe. I won't go into the details because it's all very complicated, but if you want to know more... Anyway, point being, it was the Dendro Archon who asked Kave to build this little contraption. As one of the top Kashara War talents, he was the obvious choice. Took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least a dozen designs before producing a final product. Marak delivered it to me a couple of days ago, along with a letter from Kave. Could I ask why I'm sending this technology to you? And what's your proposed use case? Has it been approved? So nosy.
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project. He was probably just nervous, because you're always so...
Could be. Anyway, I just replied, let's hope there never has to be a use case.
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious. He probably felt responsible as...
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Not sure why, though. His housemate does... Either way, all's well that ends well. Huh?
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the first time we've ever seen you actually get serious about something.
Well, a long time ago, I made a promise to myself. I promised that I was gonna live every day of my life with a big, beaming smile. There are always gonna be times in life when you have to give something back. That could mean paying back a debt, returning a favor. Alice has been a huge help to me over the years. She was the first investor I ever had, and more than that. No one knows what the future will bring. Whatever happens, I want to make sure the Dendro Archon and all of Sumeru is prepared to face whatever comes. Oh, that? I was just making sure Nefer and I are square. Don't be thinking it was some sort of benevolent act. I'm no saint, so don't treat me. My priority is doing the business that I want to do. So long as my conscience lets me, but it usually does. That's the Lord Sangama Bay business. Alright, if I do say so, and that's the whole point. I'm a businesswoman. Don't go trying to figure out what kind of person I am. You'll exhaust yourself. Much easier for everyone involved if you just take my word for it. Oh, and could you two help me get this stuff where it needs to be? Thanks so much.
PC Island.
Rev the engines.
मूवी का दिखी हमको आप.
Traveler, Paimon, it's good to see you.
Everything going smoothly over here?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, per the plan, we dissected and analyzed some samples of these creatures. The process went very smoothly.
What? You can actually dissect?
That depends on your definition of wild hunt.
Harmless, lifeless. These words.
The wild hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. But taken as a collect, Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptitir, and seemed somewhat fascinated with the foul Certology. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing, though. Anyway, it's a strange mix. The furious energy of an abyssal being channeled through a fractured physical existence. Perhaps the only explanation for his survival in this state is that he sacrificed a degree of Oh, sorry. Once I get talking about interesting... Back to our research findings. Essentially, they confirm my hypothesis. Rerir's corpse is you could think of this as Rerir in mutated form. But in my view, even that would be inaccurate. In reality, his whole... Unfortunately, at present, we have no means of completely eradicating abyssal power. And...
Oh, that's terrible news! We can't defeat him? Not even if we get the power?
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve wholeness when the world does not accept her present. It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted. It means she spends most of her energy just on her own survival.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. But we must... Time to kick off the backup plan.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! This is for you. Dory asked...
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you.
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you in person this time.
All right, then.
Try and stop me!
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my flock is in your hands,
my lady.
Within the next 24 hours, we will face the biggest crisis. This is not a burden that we deserve to bear. But I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to act. I must do what I think is right for me. That means fighting for the future of Nodcry. This gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, Knight of Boreas. In my absence...
Hey, everyone. Guess I should introduce myself. Well, to start with, I know my way around a battlefield. biggest strengths are honesty and hard workingness. Anyway, point is, I don't intend to let Lauma down. I'm gonna do everything in my power.
Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it? I believe.
That's right. Have you always been called Dainsleif?
Yes.
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that Columbina is my name, but it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people. Maybe some...
You're different from other people. I sensed it the first time we met.
You're more perceptive than most. I'm sure your long life and rich range of experience explains that. Do you ever find yourself missing Conria, Mr. Dainsleif?
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. Other times I don't recall any happy moments from that time.
Is that because hatred survives longer than love and affection?
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. But whatever the reason, I remember little that was beautiful or sentimental. Thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could have learned the hidden truth of his story.
You're welcome. I know he's your friend.
Friend? He betrayed me. And I never really understood what he...
Okay. You see, you're torn. Now you know what really happened. You see that the...
I need some time.
Of course. I completely Actually, I went through something similar myself recently. Something happened that changed my perspective on a situation.
You mean the Harbingers who still support you, even though you've left the Fatu?
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. But then I abandoned them, and even now, they still support me.
Clearly, they view you as a friend.
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was, and not treasuring it. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Hopefully, talking about it will do us both. Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there? I think they've been listening.
Huh. Shall we say hello?
Sure. Hello.
Ah! They caught us!
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Reher of Solnari. I'm afraid...
You will? Oh, thank you so...
They needn't be. This was something that I was going to have to face up to eventually.
That doesn't matter to them. They're grateful to you regardless. You can't control their gratitude, so just accept it. And then, have a think about whether you're willing to join us.
Traveler हर जगह.
It's nearly showtime. Let's go rendezvous with the others.
Nearly show time. यहाँ पे कुछ शो दिखने वाला है हमको. Bro, मेरा खोल के claim कर दे, हाँ कर दूंगा.
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flynn!
Not too long. I came...
Are you nervous about the battle?
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past battles. When I was awakened by the Ratniki, I had not touched a weapon in many years. I felt like the battlefield was not where I belonged. But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me, there is a deep yearning to root out the evil in this world.
Ooh, that doesn't sound like such a bad...
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join forces.
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay?
I struggled to settle down at first, because of the nerves. Please, I'm just doing my part.
4 Act 4.
Nefer! Over here!
Aino asked me to relay a message. She said Nefer will be on high alert and keep a close watch over all secondary districts where defense is required, providing support. Meanwhile, Aino herself will provide range support to us directly, using her latest invention.
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chess set's looking a little...
It won't hold him much longer.
No sense sitting around waiting. Let's make the first move while we still have the option.
Stop recording now.
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hiding place.
Got it!
Paimon को Aino के साथ छोड़ना था.
I will.
यार क्यों वो प्रोटोटाइप स्वॉर्ड क्यों कुछ और?
Take your
चल
positions
डल रेट
as soon
अच्छा
as
है.
the battle starts. Every ounce of strength we have in our bones, let us bring to this fight.
Ready?
Let's go. I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own demise.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Stay on your...
Let me help you guys.
Fear the dark.
Forest, protect... It all adds up.
Hunt them down. Move. It's all futile.
Can't hide the truth.
Moonlight betrays you.
You poor lost lamb.
Move.
It all adds up.
Moonlight betrays you.
The deception ends here.
With one heart, we pray. Forest, protect...
Be silent. Observe. To dust. Moonlight betrays you.
No more lies. Can't hide the truth. Seek within.
Moonlight
For the everlasting forest. You poor lost lamb.
Steady now. Observe. Close your eyes.
Moonlight betrays you.
Observe.
Forest,
no more lies.
It began with the moon, and so shall it end.
the moon will protect you.
Move.
Shameless.
Do you see now? Will it be as you foretold? Welcome here.
With one heart.
Bombs away!
No more lies. The mystery unravels. It all adds up. A grave
Pathetic!
for the everlasting forest.
Hunt them down!
I saw this coming.
The moonlight betrays you. Move! The moonlight betrays you. Move! The moonlight betrays you.
Observe. Night falls.
Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
The moonlight betrays you.
Yeah, wipe out!
With one heart, we prep. Seek within. It all adds up.
Futile. Hunt them down.
Can't hide the truth.
Close your eyes.
It all adds up.
Hunt them down. Move. The moonlight. Move.
Be silent. To dust. Keep your distance.
By the frost moon of old. Forest, protect us.
Your little game of heroics is over. Who wants to go first? No. Get out of my sight!
No, we've been separated!
What will it take?
You okay?
Nefer, where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. I guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before, knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Lama! Can you hear me?
Silence.
But at least I know this.
Destroyed. Reborn.
Stick to the plan. Remember my most important task. Just stalling him. If I can stall him for long enough, the moment will come. Go! I've got this! Keep this up!
Don't push your luck.
Destroyed. Reborn.
Can't hide the truth. It all adds up.
Can't hide the truth. My grasp.
The deception ends here.
Bombs away!
What a joke. It all adds up.
Where to hide?
unravel. Shameless. Absurd.
Destroyed.
No more lies. It all falls into place. There's no other way.
The only way to defeat Rarer is to borrow his own power. That means Columbina will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attacks. You have to hold on. Find a way to keep him focused on killing the two of you.
Nefer, your eyes are bleeding.
And then I will reduce you to dust.
But that dust will plague your memories. Come on. Keep holding on.
Any other tricks up your sleeve? Let's see. As entertaining as they are, you've backed yourself into a corner.
You don't fool me. I see your fear clear as day. I have to stoke his rage. Make him unleash everything. You fear what you could never defeat. You fear the thought of never being able to save your beloved. You cannot win the fight against fate, Rarer.
Is that what... Well, now it's your turn to
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you! What's happening? That power... I've seen it before!
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough of
क्या हो
this
गया भाई
energy in
एक्सपोरिया
a confined
शेड
space,
नोप
it'll
क्या
create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rhine-Daughter in our midst.
How about that?
You use my own power against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
Don't you realize? You don't have the power to hold that gate open.
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
We won.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
They're fine. Apart from the blindness, of course.
It's not too late.
Let me handle it. Miss Nefer, it's not like you to lose your composure. That was
reckless. How? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake. We had to do something.
Even so. Okay. I guess you're right. Under the circumstances, it was a wise decision. You traded your eyes for an incredible victory. In business terms, I suppose that's a huge return on investment.
एक्सपोर्ट खत्म ही हो गया बस.
I'd be hard-pressed to argue otherwise.
Still, I don't like this outcome, and I don't want you to lose your sight for good. People suffer when they make sacrifices they shouldn't have to make. Whether that means faith, strength, or in this case, your ability to even see. I had hoped you could win without sacrificing so much as a single hair on your head.
वंडरलैंड ट्राई किया, अभी तक नहीं गया. मैं अभी तक क्वेस्ट ही कर रहा हूँ. जाऊंगा इसके बाद, पूरा मतलब होने के बाद.
Thank you. Really.
भाई कोलंबिना ने फाइट करी भाई, उसको देखकर तो और पुल करने की इच्छा हो रही है.
All done. Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. Until then, please follow your recovery plan to the letter. I'll send full details through YeahHoda. For now, just get yourself home, relax,
मैं प्राइमोस
and rest.
की बात कर रहा था. मेरे को लगा तू मोरहा वाले करेंसी की बात कर रहा था.
My dear friends, we have fought.
प्राइमोस तो जैसे गेंशिन में है भाई, वैसे ही उसका ही वैसे सेम है भाई, और कुछ नहीं है. एक्सप्लोरेशन, क्वेस्ट, अचीवमेंट
All
और डेली.
in this land will be grateful for what you have done.
अरे स्पॉइलर मत देना. मैंने भाई 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 कर कर कर.
The moon will remember this day.
सॉरी किरण यार.
Thank you,
अरे डीसी मत खोलना. डीसी में किसी ने डाला है भाई स्पॉयलर्स, तो डीसी में देखेगा ना तो कुछ स्पॉयलर्स मैं हटा दूंगा बाद में अभी, लेकिन अभी तक हटाया नहीं हुआ. सारे क्वेस्ट कर ले. क्वेस्ट में तो मिलना ही है भाई, कोई भी क्वेस्ट.
There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their powers, and since Nefer's eyes were injured, my eyes are hurting now too.
Hold on. Let me try.
I only feel the pain. There's no actual damage.
You're right. There's no... But I must say, I'm surprised to hear the Kutar share something like this with me.
Things are a little different now from how they were.
गेम गैंशन मेन क्वेस्ट, वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट, एक्सप्लोरेशन. हाँ वही सेम है. मेरे को लगा जब वो मोरा की बात कर रहा था, उसको डोमेन नहीं मिल रही थी.
You have no idea how glad I am to hear that.
यार आज जब अपडेट देखा, मैंने अपडेट स्टार्ट किया, उसके वक्त मैंने दूसरी करेंसी देखा, मतलब जेनेसिस क्रिस्टल के अलावा, तो भाई अलग ही है। तो अभी रेट वैसे ही है, आसपास ही है, सेम एग्जैक्ट। मैंने इतना नोटिस नहीं किया।
Yay! You're awake!
यही करके कौन उड़ाता है भाई?
How are you feeling? Any aches and pains?
कमर
Did you
दर्द है
sleep
ये।
well?
I'm doing all right, Paimon. No
क्या
need to worry
अपना
about
ट्रैवलर
me.
इतना बोलता है, ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है।
Phew! Well, that's good. Paimon's been sitting on the edge of the bed worrying about you for ages. You slept a whole day and night.
Glad to hear you didn't starve.
Well, it wasn't the same without you there. Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self.
Well, I'm back.
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern when you woke up. Varker and the others are organizing a victory feast and they want to celebrate with you. He also dropped off some medical supplies, but you seem fit as a fiddle, so if you're feeling up to it, let's head over now.
नेफर में 20 पुल्स देंगे हम।
We're here!
Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing! We were literally just saying how there's no way we're holding this victory feast without you.
How are you feeling today?
Much better.
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know.
Yep, we're here for you. Anything you need, just...
Oh wait! Where's Nefer?
How are her eyes? Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
क्या ठीक हो गए होंगे ना, उसने करी है। राहुमान ने अपना सिल्वर ब्लड दिया, आ गई।
Traveler, Paimon, are you recovering well? Turns out that moon chanter has some real talent after all. My eyes were mostly recovered after just a couple days rest.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. Lauma says not to strain your eye.
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehoda, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, sure. Coming. Did you hear that? I gotta go help Lauma for a second.
ये यूटिलिटी दूसरा कैसे यूज करते हैं? उसको पहले चेंज कर। मतलब वो यूटिलिटी बार पे सिर्फ 4 ऑप्शन रहते हैं ना, तो उसको पहले वहां से बदल और दूसरे पे शिफ्ट कर और उसको यूज कर। उसमें चेस्ट फाइंडर वगैरह भी है, बहुत कुछ है। एक्सप्लोरेशन बहुत इजी हो जाता है।
Extra sweet, because Paimon's earned it.
Sure thing.
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of a snake, don't you think? No, definitely a snake. A poisonous one who spewed his
ग्रैपल में
venomous
अटक गया
hatred
बटन क्या
everywhere.
है? जहाँ से अपन चेंज मतलब यूज करते हैं ना, वहीं पे ऑप्शन है उसको, मतलब ये अपना जो
Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred
वो
for other
यूटिलिटी
people
बार
has
का जो
become
पूरा
a snake.
वो आता है ना, क्या बोलते हैं?
That's something my dad used to say.
उसका सर्कल नहीं आता है जिसमें चूज करता है, वहीं पे ऑप्शन होगा। देख जब तू ओपन रखेगा ना, तो वहाँ पे ऑप्शन आएगा तेरे को चेंज करने का।
Perhaps. I'm sure it sounds like a very wise and open-hearted perspective to your ears. But me? I think hatred is a perfectly justifiable emotion. What else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's gotta fuel that drive to keep on living. If you're worried about me, you can nip that in the bud. I'm not someone who gets stuck in the past. It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. He was just a fool. That's why the academia turned their back on him. And why... Oh, father. How much better things could have been if you were a skilled liar. Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendishly cunning liar. And yet, strangely, he's never brought it up, but I'd bet he feels the same way. Why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me in the art of deception? Well, King Deshret banished him to Aru, which is essentially a prison, and posed 3 questions to him. He promised that he'd have his freedom if he could find the... His response was to take on a physical form and approach me, hoping that I could become his envoy and search for one of the answers. Did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. He can't make me return what he gave to me. So that's enough for you to decide he's a prisoner, and he was scared. So he decided to perform some good deeds to win people's approval. He lives in fear because he's a deceiver. How is Rerir any different? You can't work as a spy your whole life and expect a happy ending. It's preposterous. Yet I can't say I don't understand it. Liars live in the darkness of their own making. But they say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think? Oh, really? Well, it takes a very kind person to find compassion even for liars. If you ask me, the soul of a liar really is worth nothing. Because all they care about is themselves. For example, when... So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them. Oh, is that what it looks like? Well, you all know my past now. And I can't simply eliminate everyone who knows too much. When you find yourself in a situation you can't control, the safest play is to keep calm, monitoring everyone involved like a hawk. In the intelligence world, you need to have a sense of perspective and play your hand accordingly. If you understand what's at stake, please ensure my secret is safe with you. I trust you'll respect my wishes as a friend. But don't forget, I will also be watching you like a hawk. Very good.
Oh, wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all calmed down, Paimon suddenly, after all that build-up, our mystery ally never showed up even...
Huh? Am I...
कोई था वहाँ पे?
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you?
What's... Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human interaction from hanging out with MaskaGAMIN-LIVE than him. Although, now you mention it, he hasn't bothered.
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave to the world. But I somehow doubt that's what's going... He won't lie low forever. So we'd better stay on guard.
पहले तो उसे अच्छा था, कट सीन्स बहुत सारे हैं, मजा आया, लेकिन पहले वाले कट सीन में ज़्यादा मजा आया था, लेकिन यारा भी ठीक है, लेकिन ये ना कोलंबिया वाला भी कट सीन का जब था।
Ah, Lord Sangamabe. How lovely to see you. I must thank you for the device you provided. It was an enormous help. Would I be right in thinking that it was developed by the academia?
Why come and ask me when you clearly know? That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangamabe. Play your cards right, and you might even stand a chance of becoming my long-term supplier.
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable investor as yourself would be...
Huh? Charitable? Who said anything about charity?
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased in Nodcry, your desert interests, and...
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Exposing my investment is...
It's nothing to hide from. They're all perfectly legitimate investments. And some of the land you purchased was with the intent of building a sanctuary?
How?
You're a curious case, Lord Sangamabe. You don't like people finding out about your good deeds, but I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to keep things under wraps, you did it for Sumeru.
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise. I figured if I built something there, it might at least get some use in an emergency. Disasters are capricious things. They strike without any warning. I've lost family to a disaster before, and I don't want to lose any. My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. Somewhere with plenty of food, water, and medicine. Where everyone could. It was something I looked into. But after discussing things with the Dendro Archon, the tech people handled the tech, and Moneybags provided the Mora. It just made the most sense.
It's a pity that so few people know the truth about you. Everyone says that you view everything in terms of Mora, and all you care about is growing your...
So? What's the problem with that? Everyone wants to be rich. It's human nature. So...
But surely you have dreams of your own, beyond just...
You don't get it, do you? My dream is to invest in other people's dreams. And, you know, make a nice little slice for myself along the way. Just thinking about it makes me happy. That sweet, sweet sound.
Thank you.
For the device?
And the pendant.
Oh, that. I was just returning a favor. Don't worry.
Seems like we've both been away from home for a...
Yeah. So long that...
That would be your mother, father, and...
Yeah. Though it's been years since my sister passed away. It's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but... Memory can be even more ruthless than the most calculating business person. Beyond a certain point, if something isn't helping you, it just gets rid of it. My sister can't help me now. Slowly but surely, her face is fading from my mind's eye. It's become a vague impression.
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away, the beautiful memories are the ones that last the longest.
Yeah, that's true. If you ask me, that's the one silver lining in all of it.
Well, that, plus, I'm sure that life is much better now than it was back then.
Oh, absolutely. I have tons of Mora, a big beautiful house, business is booming. You've got a lot going for you too. Boss of the Curatorium of Secrets? I'm sure there's plenty of Mora to be made in that line.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
How have you been holding up?
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster.
What?
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Nodcry. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because you deserve it. The best thing is to accept it calm.
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible feat of alchemy. The pressure was on, but you worked flawlessly at...
Thank you. I can't...
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass in...
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did.
Hey, you guys!
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, Traveler.
Seems like you've recovered. You won't...
Can I get you a...
Huh? You know how to order at a bar?
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to alchemy.
Paimon believes it. Here, clearly. To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite...
Don't worry, that's complete.
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of Kuvaki. And that gave us the idea of stealing his power to turn it... When facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating, it's best not to engage them in battle. So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Columbina get strong enough to at least stand up to him in a fight. For this to work, we had to analyze his modes of attack, confirm who his main target was, and make sure that he wouldn't go beyond. For added security, we prepared a total of 4 arrays. But to mitigate the impact of the battle, we identified one location in particular as the ideal spot. The alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it usable by Columbina. That power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh on impossible.
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed to join us. Given his history with Rerir, he had every right to sit this one out. But we're extremely grateful for the decision he made.
It must have been a painful choice to make.
Absolutely. He was torn between 2 paths, but in the end, he made his choice and stuck to it resolutely. He doesn't strike me as the sort of person who'd stay trapped in limbo for long. Anyway, however you cut it, everyone gave a stellar performance. And now, it's time to kick back and sell.
That's the only reason you're here?
Yes. I've thought a lot about it. And I've realized I think this is very important. So I felt I had to come and tell you.
Well, this is a new one. I'm so moved. I can't even hold my teacup. If that's all, you can leave now.
Do you not want to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being co-workers?
What is this, Columbina? Are you deliberately testing my patience threshold? Right now, my politeness module is active. But if you say another word, I swear I'll shut it down.
If your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word please at some point?
Polonia, please see Lady Columbina to the door.
Will you still invite me to your next...
What?
Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
मेरा अकाउंट खोल के क्लेम कर दियो हाँ कर दो
Last time, the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it myself this time?
We just wanted to, you know...
Why? Out of concern for my safety? I hope you didn't seriously think that the Rahier of Solnari would be able to lay so much as a finger.
Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is already a write-off. The visitor before you managed to kill my appetite. If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself. Otherwise, it's going to waste. My coasters are still missing in action, though.
Whoa! Pretty hefty
You can ignore those. They're just dumb scribble. I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant, dreamlike past. Sometimes I imagine the far-flung future. And other times, I grit my teeth and note down all the crazy nonsense going on in the present. Some people do the crosswords in the newspaper. This is my equivalent of that. Trying to predict the future is like daydreaming. And writing about the present just makes me furious. The past is my favorite. If nothing else, it's already set in stone, so I don't have to rack my brains trying to figure it all out. Huh. Although, having said that, the only vaguely interesting memory in my past is probably that guy they call Lord Artificer. Who else? Pretty much all the mecha and Fontaine are his personal handiwork.
Wait, are you saying you know him?
Like, I mean, I guess we were friendly enough. Yep. In fact, I'm probably the only normal person left who knew him at all. We used to chat occasionally back when he was still around. Before he passed away, he asked me to destroy all his manuscripts. I honored his request. But I did read through everything first before destroying them. I mean, I couldn't let the genius of Lord Artificer Alain Guillotin disappear like that.
So... that's where the formulas in your notebook?
I just told you. Those are my equivalent of crossword puzzles. They're just dumb formulas that Alain's work was like epic poetry. The formulas in my notebook are just... not that there's anything bad about them. I mean, at least, solving those riddles isn't going to hurt anyone. Except me, because I lose a few brain cells in the process. Anyway, while we're on the topic, I might as well tell you about what happened. Alain Guillotin had two close buddies, Renee and Jacob. They spent their childhood years together in the Narzissenkreuz Institute. They were all quite competitive, so there was some rivalry between them. But beneath the friendship and the rivalry ran something deeper. Unfortunately, childhood would end. The prophecy would come true. The apocalypse would arrive. A mad dream that would normally only capture the minds of lunatics begin to take root in their hearts. And if Renee and Alain had been people of lesser wits, that dream would probably have ended up as something for them to joke about in their old... But alas, they were some of the sharpest minds around. They nurtured that dream with the full power of their intellect. And it grew into something that ate away at the first of them to fall under it. Against Alain's wishes, he persisted in experimenting on a mutual friend of theirs to try and save their life. Alain did not approve and parted ways with Renee. It's complicated. Alain wanted to believe that Renee only did what he did for the sake of their friendship. But when he told me about what happened, I could tell he still had some suspicions about Renee's motive. Perhaps the seed that would grow into a nightmare had already sprouted in Renee's mind. Even then. The next time they met, Renee's soul had been completely engulfed by the dream of salvation. And although that wave died down eventually, I hear that it just recently came back with a vengeance. As I understand, Renee wanted to live out his dream of salvation once more. But I'm told that the attempted resurgence finally died out for good. At long last, what do you think of Renee? Do you admire his transcendent genius? His view that any price? Or do you despise him? Dismiss him as an evil madman who wrought... Same difference, really. Just a matter of perspective. What a cop-out. I don't like fanatics. Maybe I could understand. Anyway, that's enough about... He managed to put a stop to the first storm whipped up by Renee. To his credit, I suppose, the loss of his family and friends was purely a tragic accident. After that, the only thing supporting his work was the same dream that had dragged his closest friend down. But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form of transcendental knowledge or power. He was suspicious and fearful of it. I think that formulas and machines derived solely from human intellect. Yet Alain's intellect was simply too great. It barely left him space to breathe. Once he realized that the end of his life was approaching, he finally accepted the truth. The Nazissenkreuz Institute needed someone, and a human being, to see its story. He quit working on his formulas, trading them in for the fairy tales that had played such a formative role in his childhood. He told me that the director of the Nazissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to the children. I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued by... At the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Nazissenkreuz Institute orphanage, while the Fontaine Research Institute he had founded continued tireless. Many years after that, tensions over competing dreams would once again cause a rift. This time between members of the Fontaine Research Institute. And that is the story of two people from the Nazissenkreuz Institute, who both... One went all in on his fantasy of salvation without ever looking back, and ended up... The other sought desperately to burn bright in his life, even though he... I do sometimes wonder, why is it that people like them have such grand hopes of saving the world? Even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed. So perhaps, for each of them, their mission to save the world began. They were young children with friends and family who mattered to them. Desires to explore, or maybe they just wanted to find something to anchor themselves within the chaos. But instead, the search for their own salvation took them down the rocky road laid out by... Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world? The way you said that sounded just like Alain. I asked him the same. He gave the exact same, no elaboration. Just, all right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'll have to bring a whole sack of gifts the next time I visit the... I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. You guys can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't involve Polonia, exit...
You can't ignore me, but I can. Hello, bro.
Imagine, if you can believe it, a whole other world within this universe. In that world, people found supreme bliss in what can best be described as lucid dreams. Reality became blurred, or rather, redefined. But outside of their flawless reality, the problems of the material world remained. And in the end, the cold, hard truths of the real world caught up to them in the reality to which they had escaped. Deep in the dark ruins, another soul who was fleeing destruction discovered the final remains of this world. These two terminals were once a means for the dreamers to manage the outside world. Now, they form part of the mage's collection. The mage once tried to form a world from things she had gleaned in her eclectic experience. But as the calm observer, she never found that spark of inspiration to bring everything together. Before fate caught up to the wandering mage, she paid one more visit to her wise and learned friends. She learned much during their time together, and although she did not find the answer, her loneliness faded away in time. But as she and her friends crafted other wondrous worlds together, she finally realized the missing piece in the world she dreamed of creating. A vibrant, captivating protagonist. The glorious traveler and their impeccable companion were the perfect candidates. She was filled with hope. The lucid dream of a lost civilization was built anew, and the mage's vast collection now had a world to call home. After sojourning for so long, it was time for her to leave lest the destruction catch up with her. And in any case, a new story had now begun.
Traveler 2.0. प्रीसेट बदल नहीं सकते क्या? बदल सकते.
Sincerest greetings. Sincerest greetings,
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
सारे स्किन का ऑप्शन दिया है. हाँ मैं कैरेक्टर बनाने की अच्छा नहीं लगी। अगर मैंने अभी बंद किया तो क्या होगा? ना 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 ना। इनको छोटा वाला कितना अजीब लगता है, बहुत ज़्यादा बड़ा है। ये वाला ज़्यादा अच्छा है। ये ट्रैवलर की वर्ल्ड कार्ड नहीं दिख रहा है। फाउंटेन टाइप नाचा यहाँ का है ही नहीं।
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
Sincerest greetings.
Sincerest greetings, traveler in Paimon.
ये वाला ठीक है। सेकंड वाला अकाउंट में उल्टा करना है। बहुत सारे बंदे घूमते दिख रहे हैं मेरे को। Everything. बस आउटफिट है मुझे लगता है। हाँ सिर्फ आउटफिट है, उसमें और कुछ नहीं है। गेम के अंदर गेम है। गेम वाले क्या बोले? हाँ गेम के अंदर गेमिंग बोलेंगे और कुछ बोल नहीं सकता मैं। टेंशन कम पड़ रहा था लोगों को खेलने के लिए, इससे इतना लगता है। भाई ये कर लेंगे, मैं यहाँ से निकलता हूँ। मैं यहाँ से एग्जिट कैसे करूँ? कमीना एग्जिट कैसे करना है? हाँ यहाँ पे यूज तो नहीं कर सकता मैं। इलेक्ट्रो
As you wish. Yeah.
मेरे को लगा सिर्फ वहीं पे यूज कर सकते हैं कमीना इनको। सेकंड वाले अकाउंट में मैं वहां पे लड़का चूज करने वाला हूँ। यहाँ पे ऐसा ही प्लान था अपना। क्या बोलते हैं नेफर 20 पुल्स। दस दिन बाद भी कर सकते हैं वरना 19 दिन बचे हैं वैसे भी पुल्स के लिए। 5 पुल्स बाय करेंगे, 5 पुल्स ऐसा मतलब विदाउट प्राइम और खर्च किए ज़्यादा अपने पास ज़्यादा पुल्स आएगी, मार देगा अपन। नहीं क्या पीटी है वैसे? प्रिंस अभी मिला है। पंद्रह हाँ 2 मिनट वॉशरूम जाके। क्या बोला किरण भाई, नेफर पुल किया कि नहीं अभी तक? अभी भी सोच रहा हूँ यार, नेफर चाहिए। अभी 20 पुल्स मारूंगा बोलना, मारने का वो मारूंगा भी। इतना सेकंड अकाउंट में मार लेते हैं। यहाँ पे फुल सेव्स है या सेव है, यहाँ पे थोड़ा उड़ा देते। सोच रहा हूँ तूने वो नया ट्राई किया? अच्छा तूने खेला ही नहीं ना गेम, तेरी आईडी का। माय सजेशन 13 वो कर ले, अर्ली मिली तो मिली है। हाँ वही मैं 20 पुल्स ही कर रहा हूँ, 30 भी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई। मिली तो मिली, नहीं तो अपन भी उसके लिए ज़्यादा हरेगिरी। गेम के अंदर क्या भाई क्या है अच्छा है, लेकिन गेंशिन इसमें क्या है, इसमें तो मारो पुल। 10 पुल नहीं है कभी ना? नहीं है ना, है ना, है ना। 5 स्टार बहुत कम टाइम बाद मैंने मेन आईडी पे ना, नहीं मेन आईडी पे करेंगे ना, मेन आईडी पे बात करूँगा सर। यहाँ पे डेली निपटा गया कि सोच रहा था डेली निपटा देता। कमी ना, ये क्या है, ये क्या सड़ा पुल था? कितना खत्म पुल है। होता है। दो 5 7 क्या लगता है मैं भी नेफर ट्राई करूँ? 50 के प्राइमोस है अभी भाई। तेरे पास है प्राइमोस, तू कर सकता है, लेकिन तेरे ऊपर है भाई। तेरे को चाहिए तो मेरे को कैरेक्टर चाहिए। मैं वो भूल गया था कमीना उसके बारे में। हाँ थर्ड आईडी, सेकंड आईडी। 30 पुल इन हो गए भाई, लेकिन अभी तक कुछ नहीं। मेरी मेन कंसर्न है कि कोलम्बिना के कुछ कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए। हाँ भाई बात सही है, उसके लिए कुछ कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए, बाकी तो हो जाएगा। उसके साथ नेफर चलती है। लाउमा है किरण उसके? हाँ लाउमा है, लाउमा लिए है। सिंगल पुल में आ गया विग्नेश टू डबल फिर से।
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to be
अगले
friendly.
5 में कोलम्बिना आ जाए। नहीं सब पूरे पुल्स थोड़ी खर्च करना है, उसके हिसाब से रेडी रह गया अपन। इसमें लाउमा है, इसमें नेफर निकलेंगे तो एकदम अच्छा डैमेज आ जाएगा भाई यार। इसमें एक अच्छा टीम बन जाएगा। मैं चाहता हूँ इसमें नेफर निकले। मैं पता है मॉन्सन कैरेक्टर बुक कर रहा है। अगले पैच में डोरेन और ये घोड़ा है लीक भी आ गए हैं। अगले इसमें डोरेन है। डोरेन को अगले इसमें एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, मेरे को लगा ये रही है।
There is no escape.
Silence.
भाई विद कैरेक्टर्स को सॉलिड बॉक्स में मिलने वाला है 6.20 स्पेशल मोना सुप्रोसेल। कम से कम 50-50 हारने पे लोगों को बुरा नहीं लगना चाहिए, ऐसा सोच रहा है लगता है गेंशिन आखिर में शायद। ये थोड़ा शायद पोस्टर है ना। हाँ पोस्टर है वो। भाई बंदे की एक्सप्रेशन गजब है लेकिन कुछ भी हो।
Shower me with trick! Illusion shattered!
Bow your head.
Shine down!
हाँ मेरे को ये करना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि इनकाउंटर पॉइंट पूरे ख़त्म हो चुके हैं क्योंकि वर्जन में अपडेट होता है तो वो हट जाते हैं, तो ये फिर से करना पड़ता है। मैं जब तक इसमें क्वेस्ट नहीं करूँगा तब तक वो आएगी नहीं। एक बार ऐसे ही हुआ था, कंप्लीशन रिवॉर्ड करके मिला नहीं था और मैंने पहले टेलीपोर्ट मार दिया था। कमी ना इतने दूर से मेरे को फिर से आना पड़ा था। पता नहीं कौन सी जल्दी में था, नया टाइम था गेम खेलने का और मेरे को आधा नहीं था खेलने, और कैरेक्टर्स भी स्ट्रांग नहीं थे तो ज़्यादा अनाइंग रहता था।
I see everything.
There is no escape!
अब आता है खेलना? अभी नहीं, अभी भी नहीं आता यार, थोड़ा मुश्किल है। धीरे धीरे जैसे उम्र बढ़ रही है खेलना हाथ से स्लिप हो रहा है किरण भाई।
Test subject.
डूरिन के साथ 20 है एंड 20 का न्यू वेपन आने वाला है। हाँ 20 की याद आती है कभी कभी एबिस में, कभी कभी, नहीं तो ज्यादातर नहीं आता।
Illusion shattered!
Silence! The tides beckon.
I see everything.
हाँ क्लिप हैंगर मेरी एशिया आईडी पे 20 है। 20 के प्रीवियस वाले दोनों वेपन्स है, आर्क और इल्गी, दोनों 4 स्टार वेपन। अगर तू उसके सिग्नेचर की बात नहीं कर रहा है तो मेरे को नहीं पता। अफसोस 20 नहीं है, 20 पुल करने का प्लान है। दोनों 5 स्टार वेपन। अच्छा ये स्काईवर्ड हाफ, ओके ओके। और इसका सिग्नेचर वेपन है जिसका मेरे को नाम नहीं। डूरिन के साथ 20 है, और कौन से कैरेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं मतलब सेकंड? यहाँ पे टेलीपोर्ट पॉइंट चाहिए, ये ऊपर पहले जगह। ये वैरे का स्टैंडर्ड बैनर पे आएगा ना कि नहीं आएगा? कंफर्म हुआ है ये? हाथ में वुल्वरीन लेके घूम रहा है वो, क्या पता स्टैंडर्ड बैनर पे दे दे वेपन कैसे। सिक्स 6.2 के सेकंड पेज में वर्सन आ गया, या फिर चलो थियोरी आएगी। थियोरी आएगी मेरे को लगता है। शिलोनन तो 2 बार हो गया, शिलोनन नहीं देंगे मेरे को लगता है।
Strike a pose! There is no escape! Hey!
Settle down!
Everyone hold hands!
Sabda!
Illusion shattered!
Committed to memory! Yeah.
Settle down!
फिर आए वेपन बैरर में तो टूट पड़ूंगा, क्योंकि उसका वेपन एल्बेडो को जाएगा। अगर ना मिले तो शिलोरन को उसका 5 स्टार वेपन मिल जाएगा। अच्छा आइडिया, अच्छा आइडिया। लेकिन उम्मीद रखेंगे अपने को वाला वेपन मिल जाए लपटे को थियोरी का। वैसे ये कैरेक्टर जो अभी अपन अगले हफ्ते अपने को कैरेक्टर मिलेगा ही, तो कौन सा एल्बेडो निकाल रहा है तू? एल्बेडो का वो निकाल रहा है कौन?
I see everything!
Shine down!
बैड आइडिया बोल। ए किरण भाई, वो तेरा आइडिया है। कॉलम मेरा मैं निकालने वाला हूँ। तू शिलोरन के ले जा। कोकोमी सीवन करूँगा। ये कोकोमी का सीवन अच्छा है। क्या है उसके सीवन में? कुछ करती है सीवन में वो? मेरे पास भी है, मैं भी उसको सीवन करूँगा अगर तू बता क्या है उसके इसमें। मतलब मैं सोचा नहीं है किसको करने का। मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि जीन वगैरह किसी को करके कैरेक्टर को 100 लेवल कर देगा ऐसा। मतलब कैरेक्टर को 100 पे ज़्यादा फोकस करने का सोच रहा हूँ। हाइड्रो डैमेज बफ मिलता है। कोकोमी को तो यूज कर नहीं रहा यार। मैं बहुत कम जगह यार। उस दिन मेरे को एक जगह लगी थी, क्या बोलते हैं, थिएटर में लगी थी। हाँ थिएटर में जरूरत पड़ी थी बंदे की। दे बहुत सारे पुल्स मार चुका हूँ मैं, लेकिन अभी मेरे को देने से नहीं चाहता है गेंशिन। क्या ये चाहता है मेरे को नहीं मिलेगी? देख भाई, मैं कोकोमी को ऑन फील्ड डैमेज देने के लिए यूज करता हूँ। कोकोमी इज माय मोस्ट यूज्ड हाइड्रो कैरेक्टर मोर देन फुरीना। तू अपना डिसाइड कर। सच में मोर देन फुरीना? नहीं, मैं कोकोमी के लिए नहीं कर रहा। मैं जीन को देख रहा था, नहीं तो मैं सोचा यार ईटो को देख लूंगा। ईटो भी था ना उसमें। हाँ ये तो फूटाओ भी अच्छा है C1 में, उसके चार्ज अटैक में कंज्यूम, उसका चार्ज अटैक कंज्यूम स्टैमिना कंज्यूम नहीं करता है, लेकिन हुटाओ मेरी पहले से उतना डैमेज नहीं देती है, तो नहीं हुटाओ बुरा है। आया का कोकोमी, नीलो अच्छा रहेगा, नीलो भाई कोकोमी ओपी है, जब सबके अल्ट और स्किल कूलडाउन में होते हैं तो तब मैं तभी मचाती है। हाँ बात तो सही है, तभी मचाती है, नहीं क्या कर उसका अल्ट अच्छा है यार, कोकोमी सही है, तो यूज करो ना, कोई कैरेक्टर मरता नहीं है, वो टीम में है तो तुम्हारे कैरेक्टर डाउन नहीं जाने वाले। ये पकड़ के चलो, तुम्हारी पूरी टीम को कोई नहीं मार सकता। I might be albedo main, but I'm not a fool enough to invest in these cons. चल 20 पुल्स मारते हैं आज, 20 पुल्स ही मारूंगा, और 30 पुल्स का अगर मारना ही है तो मैं अगले महीने मारूंगा, मतलब जब अपना ये अगले महीने के स्टार्टिंग में अपने का वो मंथली जो आते हैं ना बाय करने का, उससे हाँ मेन मैं सोच ही रहा था मारो यार, 30 मारेंगे 20 मारेंगे, अगर मिला तो ठीक, नहीं मिला तो भी कोई है। मैं वो वंडरलैंड वाली वर्ल्ड में गया था, कभी ना एग्जिट करना ही नहीं हो रहा था उससे, वहां से कैरेक्टर मिला वैसे भाई, वो 4 दिन से सोया नहीं हूँ, दिन में मम्मी को हेल्प करता हूँ, हाँ फराल बनाने में, इवनिंग को ऑफिस लॉगिन वार्ड लगी पड़ी है। देख एक नया कैरेक्टर मिला, दिखाता हूँ। ये वाला अगर मतलब मेल या फिर फीमेल दोनों में से कोई भी यूज कर सकते हो तुम, तो मैंने यालिस में फीमेल चुना है, सेकंड वाले में मेल चुनूंगा। इलेक्ट्रो है, लेवल अप करने के लिए वो वंडरलैंड को थोड़ा एक्सप्लोर वगैरह करना पड़ेगा, वहाँ पे कुछ करना है तभी हो। डार्क सर्कल्स ऐसे बने हैं कि मेरी आंखों के नीचे काजल लगा है। अभी करंजी बनाना भी बाकी है यार, भाई बहुत ज्यादा हो गया यार। अनर से कौन मना रहा है किरण भाई? अनर सा पता है ना, पता ही होगा वो, मेरे को ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है, मैं करंजी उतनी खास नहीं लगती है। अनर से मस्त, तो मम्मी बनाने वाले थे आज अनर से यार, पता नहीं पूछूंगा जाकर भी खाना खाने जाऊंगा पूछूंगा अनर से का क्या हुआ है।
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my.
First day शिव, second शंकर पाड़े, third day and fourth day नान खटाई। नान खटाई हमारे इसमें नान खटाई हम नहीं बनाते। नो अनरसा, मेरी मम्मी को नहीं आता वो बना, हमारे यहाँ नान खटाई नहीं बनाते। हाँ सबका अलग अलग है। ये पुल अच्छा था। सच में अच्छा था। याओ याओ का एक कॉन मिल गया। याओ याओ का वैसे भी यूज करता हूँ मैं भी, तो बुरा नहीं है, बुरा नहीं है, बुरा नहीं है। चकली का पता नहीं बनेगी भी या नहीं। चकली बनेगी नहीं, चकली तो इजी है, मतलब बन जाती है। बस शेप बिना हाँ, शेप वगैरह का इशू मत लेना, बस टेस्ट होना चाहिए, शेप का हम इशू नहीं लेते हैं। अभी 1 तारीख पे पुल होगा, अगर यहाँ पे करना है तो वो 5 पुल जो फ्री मिलेंगे वो, नहीं तो नहीं। अभी टोटल कितने पुल्स हो गए मेरे पास? 153 है यहाँ पे, और यहाँ पे 70। 220 समथिंग, 223 समथिंग कुछ, 200 कुछ पुल्स है। भाई मुझे ओसीडी का इशू है, तो शेप जरा मैटर करता है। हाँ कुछ नहीं हो सकता किरण भाई अब। 20 पुल्स मोर पर, अरे 10 पुल्स और मारूंगा मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। ये मंथ का स्टार्टिंग में जो अपन खरीदते नहीं है क्या, मैं उससे मारूंगा। ऐसा अभी नहीं मार रहा मैं उसको, अगले महीने मारूंगा। 19 दिन का बैनर है, 10 दिन के बाद पुल मारूंगा वाला मैं, तो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा मेरे को। अरे वो प्राइमस खर्च करने की इच्छा नहीं है, प्राइमस बड़े हुए दिखना चाहिए ना, वो वेस्ट हो जाएंगे। आई हैव फीलिंग दैट यू विल गेट नफ। यार किरण भाई बात दम है, मेरे को भी अच्छा लग रहा है सुन के, लेकिन रुक जाते। रुक जा, मैं हर्ष मेरा 2 मिनट बंद कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे। मैं हर्ष के इसमें लॉगिन मार के उसका क्लेम मार देते हैं। ये वैसे वन पंच मैन का नया सीजन आया, देखना चालू किया। देखते यार कैसा होगा अभी उसका वन। मैं भी वही करूँगा, क्लेम करके 10 पुल्स करूँगा फिक्स करके पैनल। हाँ वही वही वैसा सही रहता है, नहीं री टाइम ही नहीं मिल रहा। चाइनीज आने में फॉलो कर रहा हूँ अभी, मस्त है। अरे इंस्टॉलिंग में टाइम ले रहा है, 8 मिनट इंस्टॉलिंग में लेंगे। डाउनलोड तो हो चुका है, बस इंस्टॉल नहीं हो गया, बस 2 मिनट हो गया, 2 मिनट ही बोल रहा हूँ। नेफर का वेपन मस्त है, लेकिन कुछ भी बोलो, लेकिन बस नाटलान कैरेक्टर या फिर उसके लिए, लेकिन ठीक है। अगली बार कभी आएंगे तो शायद तक देख लेंगे उसको वेपन के लिए, आएगी वो वापस तब जाएंगे नेफर वेपन के लिए उसको। नहीं तो अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं, अभी तो कोलम्बिया चाहिए भाई विद वेपन। वैसे मैं अगला पैच अगर मैं पुल नहीं किया तो कोलम्बिया मिल जाएगी अच्छे से अपने को। नहीं अगले पैच में तो आ ही नहीं रही है वो, उसके नेक्स्ट पैच में आ रही है 6.3 में। फ्री चाइनीज हुआ। आई एम वाचिंग Renegade Immortal Illusion 6.2 में विश करने वाला ही नहीं हूँ। अरे 6.2 में अगर किरण भाई विश करने वाला है ही नहीं तो नेफर निकाल लेना पूरा। मैंने अपना लेसन सीख लिया है। निकाल ले नेफर, निकाल ले भाई, निकाल ले। I think I will lose 50-50 on Nefer. यार लूज किया तो कोलंबिया गारंटीड। अगर जीता तो भाई अगला वाला तो मतलब अगर तू जीत गया और नेफर मिल गई तो फिर ऐसा लगेगा कोलंबिया पे थोड़ा खतरा आ जाएगा, ऐसा लगता है। मतलब हारने के बाद जीतना तो गारंटीड रहता है, लेकिन जीतने के बाद हारने का पता नहीं, क्या पता। भरोसा नहीं, ऐसा लगता है हारने के चांसेस और बढ़ जाते हैं। नहीं, जस्ट फीलिंग, ऐसा कुछ है नहीं लेकिन फीलिंग है। यार wuthering waves में नई नए कैरेक्टर्स आना चाहिए, रिएक्शन नए रिएक्शन आज बेस्ड आना चाहिए, आएगा बाद में जाके कुछ, क्या पता बाद में आके डालेंगे वो। या फिर नहीं भी हो सकता है। मेरा आसान होगा काम। मैं तो गाड़ी दिया के साथ तबाही मचाता हूँ। कोलंबिया को विंड वेपन पुल करने के लिए भाई 150 पुल्स के आसपास चाहिए अपने को। अभी पुलवा के एकोस अच्छे आने वाले हैं, अच्छे वाले नहीं मिल रहे ऐसा तो। उसके बाद ये कौन सा कैरेक्टर है, अच्छा फिर भी बीच में अगस्त फिर हार गया भाई। कितने कैरेक्टर्स मिले थे लेकिन वो भी तो याद करते को। ये होएला अब रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा है कमीना, मेरे को पता था, ये पता है गेम के बीच वाला स्ट्रीम के बीच में कमीने को इंस्टॉल करना मतलब ना कुछ गड़बड़ वाला काम है, हर बार ऐसे ही होता है। नेटवर्क एरर बता रहा है। मैं थोड़ी देर में खाना खा के आता यार। मैं खाना खा के आता है तब तक ये इंस्टॉल भी हो जाएगा। वो इंस्टॉल चालू है, मेरे को लगा कि वो अटक गया था लेकिन इंस्टॉल चालू है। वो इंस्टॉल होते रहेगा तब तक खाना खा के आता है। वो 5 मिनट बता रहा है तो मैं खाना खा के आता था। चलो मिलते थोड़ी देर में आ रहा हूँ मैं। हाँ कम नहीं, डायरेक्ट होता नहीं क्या, इसको ड्रैग करके करना पड़ता है। हाँ। कमीना डाउनलोड फील्ड हो गया। हाँ रुक जा, फिर से ट्राई कर रहा हूँ। डाउनलोड है, मतलब इंस्टॉल फील्ड हो गया। वैसे डाउनलोड फील्ड ही लिख कर आया था, फिर रिस्टोर डाउनलोड बोल रहा है। आठ मिनट, 9, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, बस वही है। This Cardia is the one that goes from little girl to giant with horn. How are you? दो मिनट दिखा रहा है। हाँ कभी 2 मिनट दिखा रहा है, कभी 4 मिनट दिखा रहा है, कभी 8 पे चले जाता है वो। मोटा मोटा एक बता देना भाई। हाँ बहुत देर से 2 मिनट पे ही है अभी, तो मेरे को लगता है जाएंगे नीचे। हाँ। स्क्रीन कैप्चर लगाया नहीं है मैंने। सेवेंटी % हो चुका है कंप्लीट। नेफर 80% 80% 80% हो चुका है। हाँ बस भैया होने पे ही आ गया है। 82 हो चुका है। स्पीड बढ़ा भाई, स्पीड बढ़ा। होयल ऐप के बाद गेंशिन भी अपडेट होगा। गेंशिन ही अपडेट हो रहा है, होयल ऐप तो हो गया है पहले ही। डाउनलोड तो हो गया था, डाउनलोड मैंने मतलब प्री इंस्टॉल कर लिया था मैंने उसके पहले ही। प्री डाउनलोड कर लिया था, प्री इंस्टॉल कर लो बस। 1 GB बचा है, हो ही गया बस इंस्टॉल होना। 1 GB बचा है, 11.52 GB का डाउनलोड था, वो भी इंस्टॉल हो रहा है। 87% हो चुका है, 88% हो चुका है। बस 5%, 95, 96 बोल सकता है। एंडिंग की तरफ फास्ट हो रहा है। 2-1 कमी ना 99 पर अटका है। 1 सेकंड दिखा के मजाक कर रहे हैं क्या भाई? वेरीफाइंग एंड रिपेयरिंग, कितना सब कुछ टाइम लगता है भाई पीसी में, सच में बहुत टाइम लगता है। तो मैंने प्ले स्टेशन जल्दी फट से हो जाता है। इंस्टॉल, डाउनलोड होता है, ख़त्म भाई, डाउनलोड हो गया बस चालू हो जाता है थोड़ी देर में। चल देखते हैं कुछ अपडेट आएगा तब तक। ग्रीन हॉर्न, फिर इसमें सिर्फ लॉगिन क्लेम लेना है ना, और कुछ नहीं ना। मैंने बाद में भी ले सकते थे अपन, अभी सोचा था। लेकिन कोई नहीं, वाह बच गया। 65% हो चुका है वो, अभी ले लेते हैं। थर्ड अकाउंट में जाके मैं डेलीज करना भूल गया, कर लेता हूँ। जो 10 पुल मारना है वो आज मारूँ कि 1 तारीख तक वेट करूँ? देख आज मारने में कितना मजा आएगा, लेकिन 1 तारीख तक वेट करने में अच्छा रहता है। टाइम तो आते जाते रहे। मार देते 10 पुल्स मार। फिर वो 5 फुल मिलेंगे ना, वेपन बैनर में मार देंगे वो 5 फुल। अज्यूमिंग अगर मेरे को 10 पुल्स में कैरेक्टर मिल रहा है। ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। मतलब अगले 10 पुल्स में कैरेक्टर मिल जाएगा अपने को नेफा, फिर 5 पुल में उसका सिग्नेचर मिल गया तो ज़रा मज़ा आ जाएगा। बहुत लंबा सोच रहा हूँ मैं, लेकिन अच्छा है। हाउ ऑप्टिमिस्टिक होना चाहिए, होना चाहिए। हाँ चलो गए ये गेम स्टार्ट। वो सोचना ही नहीं है भाई। कमी ना हिल क्यों रहा है इतना? बाप रे, डिस्प्ले कैप्चर बहुत ऊपर आ चुका है। तेरा यूआईडी कैसे ऑन होता है? ये आर से चालू होता है कि एस? फिर से डालना पड़ेगा लगता होगा। ये दोनों में से कोई फेमिलियर दिख रहा है कि नहीं ना? एच वाला है ना? हाँ ये वाला नहीं है, दोनों भी नहीं, दोनों में से एक भी नहीं है। हाँ एच से। शायद तक ओटीपी लगेगा शायद, बता नहीं सकते हैं। हाँ क्या मतलब, हाँ चल, मेरे को ओटीपी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, ज़रा बेटर है भाई, ओटीपी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, ज़रा अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को अभी। ये इससे बोलते स्पीड यार, यही पता है, यही अगर इन गेम ऐसे कुछ डाउनलोड होता है ना 1 GB का वुदरिंग वेव्स में, भाई भाई प्ले स्टेशन हो या कहीं पे भी हो, इतना स्लो करता है भाई वो, खत्म स्पीड देता है। गेंशिन क्या स्पीड दे रहा है वाह। क्या स्पीड है भाई, 20 MB के आसपास की स्पीड दिया उसने, गजब। मतलब इन गेम इंटरफेस में तो अच्छी स्पीड थी वो। One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $420, 300. ज़्यादा प्राइमल मिले किस खुशी में? अच्छा, प्री रजिस्टर वेब इवेंट में डायरेक्ट अंदर घुसा दिया उसने इसलिए। कितने पुल्स है मेरे पास? 10 पुल्स है, 10। क्विट कर रहा हूँ मैं। निकालू नहीं, रहने बाद में सेव कर कोलम्बिना में पुल करेगा। तेरे पास लाउमा नहीं है ना? तेरे पास लाउमा है क्या? तेरे पास लाउमा नहीं है तो मतलब मत जा, उसके लिए मत जा। पुरीना पे करना है क्या? पुरीना पे करना है तो बोल सकता है, नहीं तो अपन डायरेक्ट उसमें भी कर सकते हैं। क्या बोलते हैं? तो फिर नेफर चाहिए तेरे को, ऐसा नेफर चाहिए? कितना प्राइमल है? निकल जा, हाँ निकल जाओ ना, ओके हाँ ठीक है, निकल जा बोला, मेरे को लगा निकाल दे, ओके सॉरी, मैं माय बैड। अपनी गलती होती है। हेलो नाइट, वेलकम ब्रो। कैरेक्टर रिव्यू करते हो? करते हैं। वैसे वॉलपेपर अच्छा है ना वाला? हाँ हाँ अच्छा वॉलपेपर है वो। कमी ना, वो लाइव वॉलपेपर लगा के रखा है मैंने, इसलिए ज्यादा जगह खा रहा हूँ। मेरा दिमाग चला ही नहीं, मतलब ज्यादा स्ट्रेन आता है पीसी वगैरह पे, आता ही होगा। मेरी मोविका डैमेज नहीं दे रही। प्रोटीन खिला भाई मोविका को।
It all adds up. No more lies. Seek within.
भाई नेफर को पुल करना पड़ेगा। विद वेपन मिल जाए मजा आ जाएगा भाई, मजा आ जाएगा।
It all adds up. The deception ends here.
With one heart, we pray.
You on this?
Let's see what you're made of. Can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of. Seek within. No more lies.
हाँ भाई चल देखते जरा। कितना टाइम हो गया भाई खेलते हैं? 18006588 69 अरोरा और का डैमेज नहीं दे रही है। 39201 सिग्नेचर पे होने के बाद 40 अबव जा क्रिट, 45 अबव रहेगा क्रिट अच्छा रहेगा। कैसे यूज कर रहे हैं भाई? मतलब 6 महीने हो गए। देख भाई ऑब्सिडियन में देखो अच्छा आर्टिफैक्ट मिल सकते हैं। इस वाले से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, इसको रख ले, अच्छा है। इसमें तो अच्छा मिल सकता है और क्रिट रेट और क्रिट डैमेज के मुकाबले मतलब अच्छा और मिल सकता है। वहाँ पे डिफेंस एचपी है ना, उसके बदले अटैक परसेंटेज को ढूंढने का ट्राई कर, अटैक और एलिमेंटल मास्टरी चलेगा। ये वाला ठीक है, लेकिन तभी भी इसमें और अच्छा मिल सकता है, ट्राई कर। यहाँ पे अगर तू मेल्ट वाले रिएक्शन वगैरह के लिए जाता है तो यहाँ पे एलिमेंटल ही दे, सही है। मोविका डायोना सुक्रोज यानसान, मोविका डायोना सुक्रोज ठीक है। यानसान को हटा, वहाँ पे बेनेट दे। यानसान कुछ काम का नहीं है, वहाँ पे बेनेट दे। अगर तेरे पास बेनेट नहीं है तो तकलीफ है, इसको भी चेंज कर लें। टैलेंट भी ठीक ही है भाई, ये टैलेंट में भी अच्छा डैमेज जाता है। बस आर्टिफैक्ट बदल ले थोड़े, और कैसा कौन से कैरेक्टर्स जो यूज कर रहा है उसमें थोड़ा कर ले चेंजेस। बेनेट कुछ ला ले, बेनेट अच्छा है। और ये नोबलेस में बेनेट को रखना। भाई ये फुकट का कैरेक्टर मिल रहा है अपने को यहाँ पे भी। हाँ एक इलेक्ट्रो कैरेक्टर अपने को मिल रहा है, सही है। बेनी रखा था पर फाइटिंग स्पिरिट पुल करने में प्रॉब्लम हो जा रही थी। बेनेट रखा था। अच्छा तेरे पास नाटलान का कोई कैरेक्टर नहीं है क्या? कोई और दूसरा कैरेक्टर कौन से नाटलान के पास? तेरे पास अच्छा तेरे पास इतलाली भी नहीं है, ना सिलोनेट भी नहीं होंगी। ये बिना गड़बड़ है।
Let the show begin. Come on, we can do it. Out of the frying pan, into the...
Back up here.
Ha!
Back up here.
Hip. Ha! Hip. Hip. Nice and spicy.
You're in for a little shock.
नहीं वो दोनों नहीं है, मुलानी और ओरानियान। अभी यानसान के साथ जा रहा है तो एक अपन फिर ओवरलोड के लिए तरफ ही जा सकता है। डायना वाली टीम में उसको डाल के मतलब नहीं है। जेवरस है। I don't use nanachan characters other than Mavica and Mighty. नहीं अच्छा डैमेज चाहिए तो लगेगा भाई दूसरे हाथ पे। बिल्ड करने का टाइम आ गया है। टीओ पे है, मिल जाएंगे कॉन्स। पोस्ट का कॉन्स का उतना इशू मत लेना भाई, मिल जाते हैं। और ऐसा नहीं कि तूने अगर एक बार बिल्ड कर लिया तो कैरेक्टर तेरा काम का नहीं रहेगा आगे जाके। थिएटर वगैरह में बहुत सारे कहीं ना कहीं एक कैरेक्टर की कमी के तू कोई डिफिकल्टी कर नहीं पाता है। तो मतलब कोई भी डिफिकल्टी नहीं कर पाएगा अगर तेरे पास वो कैरेक्टर एक भी कैरेक्टर बिल्ड रहा तो अच्छा रहता है। थिएटर वगैरह में लगती है कैरेक्टर तो बिल्ड कर ले, अच्छा है, कोई तेरा लॉस नहीं है। अभी बिल्ड करने तो आगे बिल्ड कर, तेरे को बिल्ड तो करना ही पड़ेगा कभी।
You're in for a little shock. Try not to enjoy this too much.
Maybe I wasn't.
मैंने उसको कहा को ये निकाला, समझ नहीं आता कभी।
Resistance is futile. Save yourself.
Help! Regeneration's attacking me! That really hurt! Let's dance!
डायना के प्लेस में टिंक्शू यूज कर सकता। टिंक्शू? ना ना।
Come a little closer.
अभी ट्राई किया नहीं मैंने यार। तूने देखा है वो टिंक्शू के साथ टीम कैसे? मैंने नहीं देखा है। डायना यूज करने के बाद भी काफी बार मेल्ट नहीं होता है। सेनेट भी चाहिए है। सेनेट का बर्स्ट, फिर डायना का बर्स्ट। एक नाटलान का कैरेक्टर भी चाहिए। अरे हाँ, तू ऐसा यूज कर सकता है ना, क्या बोलता है? क्या माविका, शेवरेस, ओरॉन और यानसान ऐसा यूज कर सकता है। माविका, शेवरेस, ओरॉन, यानसान ये टीम यूज कर सकता है। 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 चल, एक तो कंप्लीट किया है, 4 रिमेनिंग। डायना यूज करने के बाद भी काफी बार बर्स्ट मेल्ट नहीं होता। डायना का काय पे रखा है? डायना को कौन सा सेट पे रखा है तूने? उसको मिलिलेथ पे रखा था, तो मिलिलेथ दे दे उसको। सेंचुरी यानसान को सेंटर सिटी पे रखा है। देखना एक ही टीम में 2 सेंटर सिटी वाले सेट नहीं होने चाहिए, बस याद। यार ट्राई कर जो मैंने अभी तक टीम बताया। देख लाली या फिर दुख चिलोरन कभी आती है तो पुल मार लेना, तेरी मोविका की टीम एक सॉलिड बन जाएंगी। ऐसा नहीं है शिलोनन वहीं पे काम आएंगे, तो दूसरी टीम में भी काम आएंगे, लेकिन अभी के लिए फिलहाल तो वहाँ तो हो जाए नहीं। मैंने नहीं रखा है तो डायना पे नोबल सका। अच्छा सही है ना, होता है, चलता है वो भी।
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. वो वाला ही एनिमेशन दिखाता है मैंने। डायना टीम में सही है या उसको रिप्लेस करना होगा। देख डायना के साथ अच्छा मिलिट्री एक्शन होता है, चितलारे नहीं है तो डायना के साथ रिएक्शन होता है अच्छा खासा डैमेज देखा है मैंने। 7 to 800 मतलब 1 मिलियन नहीं देखा, लेकिन 800 के तक तो देखा है मैंने। और बोलो 5 स्टार। नाइस हो गया भाई, हो गया। अब मैं नहीं जा रहा। ऐसा क्यों तड़पा रहा है भाई, क्या बिगाड़ा है। 71 143 214। अच्छा मैंने जब भी 215 मतलब 213 का क्या सही बोला था मैंने। मेरे को मैं ऐसे अंदाजा मारा था, लेकिन ठीक था, मतलब देख कर ही मारा था, बोला था गेस ऊपर का पड़ा था मैंने, सही था मतलब वो। हाँ मेरे एक फ्रेंड को 5 पुल में पुरीना निकल गई। और यहाँ मैंने प्लेन्स में 80 पुल्स मारे और जीन मिल गए। पता है होता है, ऐसा नहीं होता है। बस ट्राई करते रहे भाई, कैरेक्टर्स आने जाने चलते रहते हैं। अच्छा यहाँ पे वो एनिमी खड़ा था, ये कमी ना, ये बॉस था यार। तो मोविका में आर्टिफैक्ट चेंज करना होंगे। हाँ थोड़े आर्टिफैक्ट को चेंज करने होंगे। अच्छा आर्टिफैक्ट चाहिए थोड़े। आर्टिफैक्ट तो अच्छे चाहिए यार, कोई भी कैरेक्टर ले तो अच्छा आर्टिफैक्ट के बिना हो डैमेज नहीं आए।
All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
ये 2 आर्टिफैक्ट अच्छे थे, बाकी जो मैंने चेंज करने बोला था उसको कर। तेरा क्या बोलते हैं, फ्लावर चेंज कर लेना। में डिफेंस और एचपी परसेंटेज है, क्रिट और क्रिट डैमेज के अलावा, तो वहाँ पे कम से कम अपने को अटैक परसेंटेज या फिर एलिमेंटल मास्टरी चाहिए। दोनों ही अच्छा रहेगा, दोनों में दोनों भी मिल गए तो और गजब। लेकिन दोनों में से एक भी आ गया तो अच्छा है, क्रिट डैमेज के अलावा। और वैसे भी उसको बदल दे, वाले को सैक्रिफाइस कर भी देगा तो कोई फ़र्क नहीं है, क्योंकि उसमें उतना ज़्यादा है भी नहीं, यार सीडी उतना भी नहीं है।
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
सुक्रोज यूज करने के बाद 400 प्लस EM हो जाता है। तभी बदल वाले आर्टिफैक्ट बदल दे भाई। कम किया सीडी।
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
भाई मैं अभी एक और 10 पुल मारने ही वाला था, पता नहीं मेरा एकदम से दिमाग घूम रहा था कि मार देता सच। हेड टेल्स मारते हैं। मेन प्रॉब्लम पायरो स्लाइम और वो पायरो।
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for
अब तो
you?
मोविका से इसको मारने जाएगा तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला ना यार। बाकी तो आराम से मर जाते हैं ना। एबिस पेज की हील तोड़ने में थोड़ी तकलीफ जाती है, लेकिन हो जाता है वो।
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
कमी ना, अगर मैंने अभी एक और पुल मार तो मेरे पास 204 पुल्स हो जाएगा। 204 पुल्स में मेरे को कोलम्बिना का वेपन और कैरेक्टर दोनों चाहिए। हो सकता है, लेकिन ध्यान से करना पड़ता है। मेरा हाथ फिसल रहा है लगता।
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
बनने का वेपन तो बहुत तेज है। तू पूरी टीम को देख के मैक्स कितना डैमेज देनी चाहिए। तेरा मैक्स डैमेज कितना जाता है?
I got a letter from
2-1 बहुत कम है भाई, बहुत कम है। आराम से 700-800 मारना चाहिए, पता है?
informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off.
काउंट किया गया उसने बेटी। ट्वेंटी 5-10-07 सारी क्यों कर गया? अच्छा वो फ्लेंस के बाद आला ट्रिपल्स मारे तो ट्वेंटी 3 के बहुत होते हैं। मैं 15,000 से मैं 23 पे आया हूँ, 26-30 पे पहुंचा था विगनेट एक। अगला वाला में कोई भी आ जाए तो पुल नहीं मारना पड़ेगा, अगला पैक। हाँ अभी बहुत है, बचना भी बहुत है। अभी 200 पे पहुंचा हूँ।
Knock out the rest.
पीछे हट जाना चाहिए।
The work once I'm feeling up.
हो गया, ये आखिरी है। नहीं मेरा रोल आएगा यार ये। वही तो पूछ रहा हूँ कैसे मैं इसको इंक्रीज करूँ टीआरसीडी रेशो तू अपना अच्छा बदल सकता है। तेरे बहुत सारे आर्टिफैक्ट
Navigating the
तेरे कुछ
world's a
आर्टिफैक्ट
whole
बदलना
lot
चाहिए तेरे
easier
को।
with a
मैंने जो
few
बताया
different
वाले
identities to
आर्टिफैक्ट
choose
अटैक
from.
और ये सबसे
Need me to come up
सब
with some for
दे
you?
दिया। डैमेज इंक्रीज कैसे करूँ? तेरे पास सिग्नेचर वेपन भी है ना उसका? हाँ बहुत दिन बाद धक धक कर रहा है। सिग्नेचर के बाद भी तेरा डैमेज नहीं जा रहा। टीम का इशू है, बता क्या टीम का इशू है। फिफ्टी पुल लगे। देख भाई अभी देखते हैं। क्रिएट टीम। देख तू मॉवी का यूज कर रहा है, मेरे पास डायना बिल्ड नहीं है। तेरे पास और कौन से कैरेक्टर्स है? देख बेनेट लगेगा। बेनेट कहाँ गया कमीना?
You want me on your team?
मैं तो कोई टीम ही एक टीम करके देख रहा हूँ। क्रायो मैं डायना काया। क्रायो छोड़ दे, कोई दूसरा बता अभी। तो कोई शेवरेस और इसका देखते हैं डैमेज। शेवरेस वाला नहीं क्या? कभी ना कैरेक्टर दिख नहीं रहा है मेरे को।
Armed and ready.
Where to?
I'm all warmed up.
मेरी मॉवी का भी वैसे ही है, तेरी मॉवी का सामान ही है, ज़्यादा खास नहीं है कुछ। 43-26 है सिग्नेचर के साथ। आर्टिफैक्ट में यहाँ पे ये वाला बदलना है मेरे को। ठीक है कौन सा बेस्ट है बंदा? ये सही रहेगा। है गया भाई।
Let's ride. Rise with the sun. Drop your weapons.
Quick as a... Step aside.
Harder.
Forward first.
Harder.
इनके भी बफ वगैरह इनका भी दिखा देता हूँ, देखो क्या यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं। टैलेंट भी ठीक ठाक ही अपग्रेडेड है, इसका अल्टीमेट ही अपग्रेड किया है मैंने। इसमें उतना अपग्रेडेड नहीं है लेकिन ठीक है, बाकी कभी भी ये वाला बंदा थोड़ा अच्छा बना है बाकी सब के मुकाबले। टैलेंट भी 9 तक ही है। देखते हैं हाईएस्ट डैमेज कितना जाता है। वैसे ओवरऑल को फील लिया मैंने अपना, बस बेनेट चाहिए था बोला, लेकिन तभी भी देखिए एक एग्जांपल।
Rev the engines.
Be free. Go. You're free now.
Let's move.
Let's ride. Rev from the sky.
193 कब रुक गया, मैंने गलत किया, मैं उतना अच्छा खेलता नहीं भाई, लेकिन तभी भी
I won't hold you back.
Mona seems to die.
Burn it down. Let's light it up.
Coach will take it from here. Forward first. Forward first. Step aside. Step aside.
Full speed ahead.
Good.
Faster. Stronger.
थोड़ी देर रुक गया। मॉविको को लगता है नाटलान के कैरेक्टर्स तो लगेंगे इसको और अच्छे। वैसे तो फिलोनन और ये चाहिए सितलाली फिर देती है भाई तगड़ा डैमेज बनती।
Light it up. Teamwork is strength. You asked for it. Stop right there. On my mark. Light up the blazing sun.
अभी भी 220 के पास ही दे रहा है। मैंने कभी ओलो ट्राई नहीं किया बोलना, लेकिन खराब बोलेंगे ठीक बोलेंगे। बस डायोना है नहीं, मतलब बनी नहीं है तो उसको यूज नहीं किया मैंने। हाँ लेकिन डायोना के साथ यूज कर, डायोना के साथ अच्छा डैमेज आता है। किरण ने पता नहीं कौन सी टीम यूज किया था, वो किरण डायोना के साथ यूज करता था पहले। किसी और पोस्टर कायरो को यूज कर लो कर लो। तेरे पास होना चाहिए ऐसा।
got a job for me.
शिलानैन और सितलाली यूज नहीं कर सकता मैं। मतलब हाँ रोज़ारियो बिल्ड है। ये इफा बिल्ड कर सकता है तू। इसका EM नहीं देता ना, वो हीरो स्पिरिट जल्दी लेवल अप कर दे इससे बोल।
Coach will take it from here.
Let's ride. I'm going in. Shiver. Start the clock. Wrath from the sky.
500 599 कुछ था समथिंग। कितना था 599 कुछ समथिंग लिखा मेरे को, गलत नहीं हो तो मैं। और अच्छा जा सकता है। $600K पकड़ ले। अच्छा 600 के डैमेज जा सकता है। मेरी रोज़ारियो पे अच्छा आर्टिफैक्ट्स भी नहीं है बोलना। इस पे तू यहाँ पे क्या बोलते हैं, ये नोबलेस का सेट लगा सकता है। अटैक इंक्रीज होगा तेरे पार्टी मेंबर का 12 सेकंड्स के लिए। अगर बेनेट दे रहा है तो बेनेट को देना, इसको कुछ और दे देना, ऐसा कर सकता है। ध्यान सा नहीं रख, लेकिन अपना उसका क्या बोलते हैं हीरो स्पिरिट भरने के लिए, नहीं तो ऐसी तेरी मर्जी।
We'll discuss my fee afterwards.
Do not be afraid, for I am with you.
Let me down, Kerplunkatron.
ट्रायल में क्या यूज करा रहे हैं आप? एक बार ट्रायल देख कर आता हूँ। डायोना ड्राइव विदाउट नेफर क्या ब्रो? रेसिस्टेंट के बिना ही है। नेफर निकल गई। 20 एक्स्ट्रा पुल्स लगे लेकिन निकल गई।
Leave me alone. Never mind. Let's go.
Use Nilo, Nefer, Lama, Aino और Naida.
It all adds up. It all falls into place.
वो लड़की की आवाज गूंजी है। आवाज गूंजती है।
Can't hide the truth.
Yes, मैं खुश हूँ। और नीलो रहेगी भाई टीम में, कोई शक नहीं है। एक बार मॉविका फुल टीम के साथ डैमेज दिखाना। यार चलो मैं भी निकल रहा हूँ यार, मेरे को सोने जाना है। चलो एक बार मॉविका फुल टीम के साथ डैमेज दिखाता हूँ तेरे को, फिर मैं भी निकलता हूँ। her best team will be Moon God Lauma. Lauma नहीं, Moon Goddess, okay.
Burn it down. Huh? Bring it. Let's ride. Ha! Light it up. Rev the engines. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Let engraved names echo. Fulfill our pact. Laline, eat hot. Pyroclastic surge.
दिखाई नहीं।
Incinerate.
कॉलम में ना को भी पुल करना है भाई, होपफुली वो मिल जाए विद वेपन के साथ। नॉन क्रिट वही तो कुछ हुआ ही नहीं।
Let's ride. Try and stop me.
Show no mercy.
Fulfill our pact.
अगले 5 में पुल नहीं करूंगा तब जाके इसका वेपन के साथ निकल जाएगी, तो वही प्लान है अभी। अभी कोई कैरेक्टर पे फोकस नहीं करना है। मेरे को नेफर पहले से चाहिए, मैं फ्लेंस के लिए भी गया था, लेकिन फ्लेंस कमी ना मेरे को अभी मेरे को बुरा लगता है फ्लेंस के लिए, लेकिन ठीक है नेफर निकाल लेंगे, कभी आएंगे तो आगे लग। हाँ डी है, मुलानी है।
Burn it down. Bring it. Hear the echoes of the boat.
Teamwork is true. Show no mercy. Suffer the
light of the blazing sun.
800 समथिंग कुछ दिखा।
Full throttle.
बहुत खत्म था। गेम डिलीट कर दिया। नेफर बैनर पे 81 पे मोना मिला। 14th 50-50 लूज। 60-50 बिल्ड किया फिर भी नेफर नहीं आए। if you're asking me to then yes I am। ये बस मुलानी है। होता है भाई, एक्सप्लेनर होता है। कभी कभी नहीं मिलता यार कैरेक्टर एक्सप्लेनर, क्या कर सकते हैं अपन। धोखा सबके साथ होता है। आज तेरे साथ हुआ है, कभी किसी और के साथ होगा। ट्राई करते रहे पुल मारने का भाई। ये जगह पहले खाली थी, यहाँ पे कुछ एक ही एनिमी था शायद तक मुझे याद है। एक सेकेंड। हाँ इसका ये लेवल फ्रेंडशिप बढ़ाना है। अपने पास कंडेंस रेजिन है कि सादे रेजिन है ना।
Rise with the sun. Hear the echoes of the valley. Teamwork is true. You two, time to pyroclastic surge.
You need 2 DPS for this boss.
Fulfill our pact. Wrath from the sky.
अभी ना कुछ नहीं हुआ उसको। ये एम्बेसी अभी थिएटर में नहीं है ना? ये स्टार्स का और मुलानी मूवी का शुलर है क्या नहीं? माफ कर भाई मेरे को तू। ये नॉट टाइम में मॉन्स्टर्स बहुत करते हैं, बार बार वेस्ट हो जाता है। हाँ उसका बर्स्ट काफी बार वेस्ट हो जाता है। अरे कोई नहीं भाई, होता है। मेरे तूने पुल किया क्या? नेफर के लिए तूने पुल किया? मेरे पास मोरा भी नहीं है। क्या है थोड़े वन शॉट करना ज्यादा सही है। 113 113 73 कितना होता है भाई? 186 पुल्स है मेरे पास। मेरे पास 250 बोला था, नहीं 250 नहीं बोला था ना मैंने। 223 पुल्स था मेरे पास। तो मेरे पास 223 कम से कम 30 पुल लेना था। ब्रो थैंक यू फॉर हेल्प, गुड नाइट। हाँ मैं भी जा ही रहा हूँ। स्केपिंग फॉर स्कर्क C3R1 भाई C3। मैं जाता है उसके लिए जाता नहीं बोलना, लेकिन अच्छा यार कल सुबह उठ के करना पड़ेगा मेरे को रेजेंस का। आज का तो हो गया इसका। दिमाग नहीं यार, अभी बस सोना है और कुछ नहीं, बहुत लेट हो गया है। तो तेरे पास अभी स्कर्क का कौन सा है? स्कर्क कितनी है मतलब अभी तेरे पास? C1 चल छोड़ा, कल देखेंगे। चलो यार बाय, मैं जाता हूँ। गुड नाइट यार, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग भाई अभी तक मेरे साथ रहने के लिए। कल मिलते हैं। गुड नाइट, बाय।